Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the long-awaited Season 6 Draft Show. I'm joined by the wonderful, the eloquent, the SOC caster himself, Spooky Mars, and I've got to say, I hope you are as excited as I am to get into this draft. But before we get into this draft, I have one thing to reveal. You see, there was a poll on if I'd be wearing pants. And I'm in fact wearing shorts. So for all you people hoping I was wearing pants, all your channel points are gone. I'm wearing shorts. So with that out of the way, I say we hop right into it. Let's get this draft order
I don't know.
started.
Why are you wearing shorts in winter right now, Buffett? Like this is kind of weird.
Because it may be winter, but it's still 70 degrees in my office.
That's fair. That's fair.
With the heat off.
Outside yesterday, but that's all right. What?
Yeah, no, it gets hot. It gets a little toasty in here. A little toasty. So we're gonna have to hopefully we can survive without the fan because I don't want you guys hearing that the whole time. Hopefully we'll be all right. We'll find out. But let's hop right into it. Let's get this draft order started. Starting off with the first pick. Now I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think there's much strategy unless you are the first and the last pick. So Vile is going to end up with the first pick, and I think a lot of strategy can come from this first pick, just because you get to set the tone for the entire draft. So Vile is going to be the first pick of the draft, and kind of he's now able to really set the tone and set the pace that he wants going into it.
Yeah, the first and last picks are incredibly important because you get that double selection, right? You get to set the tone, and you get to really decide who's going up first. And from there, everyone has to judge what they want to do based on this first initial selection. But I don't know if there's not as much strategy in the rest of them, right? Because as they're picking these different players, you can try to get a feel for what they're going for. What are the picks they're looking for? What are they prioritizing right now?
Mm-hmm.
And from that, you can try to adjust your own strategy because if maybe there's some overlap there, maybe you bump one of your players up. If a lot of people are looking for a solo laner, maybe you want to bump yours up. Maybe you're willing to spend a little bit more on your solo than they will be, right? Because it's always a question of how much can you spend at the start. You have to balance that throughout the rest of the draft. You have to make sure you've got enough at the end that you're not just throwing up 50s and hoping you get lucky on it. So it's definitely important to figure out how much you're willing to go in on these initial picks.
Yeah, and looking at it right here, it looks like our draft order is going to be decided. We will be having Vile, then Dirty Harry, then Yuri, then Rogue Pie, and then Average. And that's going to be our draft order coming into this draft here. And do you think that these picks, do you I mean, I know you might not have some insight on some of these captains, but how do you think that these will that this will kind of translate into their draft strategies? Do you think any of these captains were kind of hoping for that first pick, or if they were looking for some other picks to get it started?
I think most everyone generally does kind of hope for that, that first pick role there. I think Vile's pretty happy with that because he gets to choose, where are we going first? He gets to make his selection first. He can find his top priority pick, and you just put him up there. Now, there's the question of maybe you don't want to do the high priority picks initially, right? Maybe you want to hold off on that, and he's going to put up a couple different names first, see how other people spend their REIT bucks, and then from there, once he's got those balances down a little bit more, then he can throw his top pick up. He gets to set the tone here, like you said. And I think that's probably the most important role in this draft.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% here. Setting that pace early can really help you get started. And speaking of getting started, Fallen for 50. Now, I know Fallen personally, and he was a little worried about getting drafted. So watching him already at 250, he's already climbing up there. He's first pick of this draft. He's, that's very strong from him. I know him. He's a very strong player. In fact, he just recently played a scrim against a few RSL players and definitely held his own. So he's going to be one of the stronger SDL players, in this entire draft pool. So
Yeah,
I'm really excited to see how he does.
already at 400. So those worries about not being drafted definitely going to be a thing of the past. 400. It looks like that 400 might just be what he's going for. That's a pretty respectable amount there, and it's nice for both sides. But 450 comes through, and now Fallon's getting to that point where maybe you have to start slowing down on those bets, right? Because
Yeah.
450, that's about half of what you can bet already. You really
Mhm.
don't want to start splurging 500 and upwards on your first pick. And indeed, no one is going to be. So that means big SDL captain Yuri Forever, he's getting fallen despite Vile being the one to put him up. But,
Y-
once again, you have to wonder, is that something Vile's concerned about? Does he put some of
mhm.
these names up just to see how things are going to go? I don't think Vile's too stressed just yet. There's
Yeah.
plenty of other names on there.
And Vile also, maybe he doesn't want to throw out his picks this early. We saw Captain in the past, quite infamously throwing up a bunch of bait picks for other captains to bid off. So maybe Vile's taken a little bit of a page from his book, or that other kind of thing. Well, something else I want to talk about is that magical 400 marker. As I'm gonna switch real quick here over to this screen where we can see all of the teams and their balances and how much each team can spend. Now, if you'll notice here, the non-player captains get 2,000. They get 2,000. We call them banana dollars. But the player captains get 1,600. So your average cost per player is that 400 mark. So you've got to be very careful when you're going above that 400 mark for a player, because you got to start to say, is this player worth more than a normal player? Is he worth more than your average player? And if your answer is yes, that's great, but a lot of times you're going to have to compensate somewhere else for that. So there's a lot of strategy when it comes to going above that 400 marker on, well, he's a really, really strong player, but he is a solo laner, and I think I might want to spend more on a jungler instead. Or, so that 400 marker is going to become very important as the draft goes on, and especially towards the middle stages of the draft, where players are starting to have a little less expendable income to go in on these picks.
Definitely. And speaking of the picks, Panda Bear Ash now on the board, already at that 400 point, that magical number you were just talking about. He's reached that very quickly. I'm sorry, she's reached that very quickly. And it's no surprise we saw them do some pretty decent work in the SDL last season. Now pushing that 500 mark, and it looks like this might still continue as 550 is pushed out by Vile. And he is not willing to let Panda Bear Ash go down cheaply, not at all.
I mean, this is no surprise at all. She's a season champion, she's looking for that she's looking to go for another ring, and that's kind of what you want in the SDL is someone who knows what they're doing. They've already been there. They've already know what they're doing, and not really just in the SDL, but in any form of competition, you want someone who's been to the top so they can show you how to get there. And she's going to go for 550. I think it's a very respectable price for someone who was a champion last season.
Yeah, 150 over that average mark. And you saw Harry trying to decide if he wanted to try to
Mm.
up Vile on this bet. He was typing there for a little bit. You could see the anxiety in his eyes, but ultimately he does stop and he lets it go to Vile, who again didn't even put the pick up. But Vile was willing to spend more on Panda than he was on Fallen, who he nominated himself. So you gotta wonder if maybe Panda Bear Ash was a little bit higher up on that draft board.
I think Panda Bear Ash was high on a lot of people's draft boards. I mean, there's a lot of good that comes with her and with her play style. We saw in the SDL finals, she really turned up the Jets quite a few of those games and was a great factor in them winning quite a few of them.
Now two names off that board. So, but there's plenty left still. I mean, Bearded Bro still up there, and Yellow Jin, who is actually going to be, what I was going to say next, on the board now for 50, already 150. Yellow Jin, we haven't seen too much of him in recent seasons. Where do you think this nomination is coming from?
Well, Yuri personally knows Yellow Jin. As I remember when last season when Shadow was looking for a solo laner, Yuri came up and he said, pick up my boy Yellow Jin, he's cracked. And Vile worked heavily with him as well, so no surprise to see him in the bidding as well. I think both of them are going to be kind of contesting here. Very strong solo laner towards that upper echelon, and I'd really like to see what he could do given another season in the SDL. And it looks like a lot of other captains are also very interested to see what he could do given another season in the SDL because he is already at 700.
Yeah, it seems they are agreeing with that statement. Very strong player. And Dirty Harry looking to contest Vile on this one after losing his last
Uh
nomination.
oh.
800 already. Could we see our
Uh
first
oh.
900 coming through here?
Are we
It's up
gonna
to
see the
Vile.
first one? Uh oh.
Vile goes to 850.
Uh
Will he
oh.
push Dirty to the 900? It looks like he will. He's typing in there. This very well could be our first
I
900. But someone else could vote first to try to get it. But no. 850 goes
Wow.
to Vile.
Now, there's something that's a little interesting about that. You can bid in both increments of 50 and 100. Vile could have secured that pickup, but he went for the 850. Do you think it was just a little bit of a gamble to strap some cash? Or do you think he wanted Dirty Harry to lock in the 900?
I think it goes both ways. I think Vile is very, very happy getting Yellow Jin here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think he would have been very, very happy just taking the 900 away from Dirty Harry.
Mm-hmm.
That was a very clear decision to force Dirty Harry to go for that 900 if he
Mm-hmm.
really wanted this pick. So it's definitely something Vile's happy taking. But he
Mm-hmm.
also would have been okay not having it. He would have been happy just crippling some of Dirty Harry's banana dollars there.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to look at it. We're gonna see Moses 1331, someone that I have not seen a lot of, but it is a name I do recognize. I've been around here a few times, and he's been pushing to get drafted in this SDL season, as he is already at 250. It looks like the CEO of Rogue Corp is really looking to pick up their first player, and that's a familiar face you're gonna see this draft. You're gonna see Rogue Corp through all three drafts coming in here, as he is one of our new franchise. Is
Always nice to see those franchises start to get their feet wet. And I think this is one of the first bets from him so far. I mean, we
mm,
saw him throw out a couple bets on the last two, but this is the first time he's been, active on it
mm,
because you can tell this is one that he does want. That's why he nominates it. But still, after that 450, he's not pushing very hard. Rogue
ooh,
is playing a little bit conservatively, but he hasn't spent anything yet. So this 500 isn't going to be too much of a problem for him. Like you said, Moses isn't someone we've seen a whole lot of. So once we start hitting this 500 mark, you got to wonder, is anyone else willing to spend these big banana bucks on someone that is kind of a dark horse?
yeah. I mean, Moses is not someone who is essentially tried and true and tested in the SDL. I think he's a little bit more of an unknown, and him going for 500, really speaks to the fact that even though he is an unknown, captains are willing to spend that kind of money on him, and they're willing to take that chance on him, and I think that's very important, as a confidence booster as a player to have.
Yeah, the draft is actually a very important part of the season, right?
Hmm.
Obviously, it gets the teams together, obviously, but it also has an effect on players' mentals, right? Some see themselves going for 900, think, "Wow, I'm really valued highly. I have to perform to this standard." Some of them
Hmm.
see themselves going for 50 and think, "What? Who do these guys think I am? Who do these guys think I am?" And now they go into the season with something to prove. The draft has a much bigger effect than what one may initially think, just from a cursory look. Now we're going to see Maloney's up on the board. And Muffin, we've seen Maloney's before. We didn't see him too much in the last season, but he definitely made him a name for himself in that solo lane on that tier. You can see the effect already at 700. Very highly contested pick right now.
Malone's is one of those, if you've been around, you know Malone's, because he has shown some absolutely he showed a dominant performance in his season 3 SDL, winning MVP that season of the SDL, and it was pretty clear, as someone who also thought that Maloney's definitely deserved that award, and to see him already up at 800, not really a surprise. I think that this is pretty a fairly standard practice from
Yeah,
him.
now the question is anyone going to bet for that 900, that 850? It doesn't look like it. The betting has slowed down here, and it looks like, oh no, it does go the full 900.
Yeah,
Coma risked the 850, but Average had that 900 already typed out, ready to slam it into chat.
and that's fair. I think if you're gonna spend 900 on a player, picking someone who is an MVP for the division, I think that's definitely one of the people you should be looking at as someone you want to spend 900 on. Just that is one of the I think that's a very fair pick for the skill that Maloney's has shown. And even though he took a decent break from Smite, I don't think that skill is gone. I don't think he's gonna lose any of that. So going 900 on him is honestly a great pickup for Average, and that's gonna be his first pickup to build a team around.
Yeah, most definitely. And now we're gonna see who comes up next, right? Because yes, Maloney's was a big name, but there's a lot of other good names up there still. Now with Average on the clock, he's got people like Zelda to look out for. I mean, Red Sniper's up there. We've seen him in plenty of other leagues, so you know what you're getting to with that one. Bearded Bro still up there. Y Guy. There's a lot of names that one can recognize, but one has to wonder, right? After seeing these players for several seasons,
Mm-hmm.
do these captains now go for some of the more unknown talent, right? We saw it already with Moses. Maybe they want to take a fresher look on this talent and see what they have to offer. Relax its Tux now on the board for 50,
And
and it's one I don't recognize.
speaking of fresh talent, this is almost as fresh as it gets. He barely made it into the application phase and is very new here. He's been trying his hardest to make impressions, and it looks like those impressions have counted because he is already at 500. There are two captains that seem like they really want to get their hands on him. And some of this he might be recognized by these captains, but it looks like Rogue Corp is going to join in and have their own little set of fun as they're really big fight over someone so new to the league is I think a shift in mindset over what these captains want. I think having the tried and true SDL players that have been here and they're veterans of the league, maybe they don't want that anymore. Maybe they want to try something spicy. They're trying to find gold instead of silver.
This reads to me, at least Rogues does, as just trying to push that price up, right?
Mm-hmm.
He sees Average is betting and trying to get Tux here. This 550, that is purely to push Average up to 600. He's just trying to get those banana bucks out of the way so that Average can put up less of a fight for his bids later on. This was 100% a tactical bid. He had no intention of actually picking Tux up, and it works perfectly. Average pushes up to 600. Rogue is totally happy with that.
And
There's no world where he just bids 550 on someone he doesn't know just for the sake of it.
And this is where you're going to start to see, some of the captains get in trouble. Average is relying on the fact that his core of Relaxix Tux, Malones, and himself is going to be able to carry him through because he's only going to have 100 points left. He doesn't have any expendable cash, and realistically, every captain will be able to say, no, Average, you can't have that for quite a long time in this draft phase. So it's going to be a little bit of a problem for him, I think, coming towards the end of the draft, and he's really got to hope that he's made an extremely strong core of 3 here, because if he hasn't, he's in big trouble.
It's definitely going to be a little bit interesting to see how this one shakes up. He's got to be very careful with his next bids here. And with Kid Who Sucks now on the board, well, he's already past the 350 point, so I don't think Average is going to be picking him up in this one.
And Kid Who Sucks, also just another veteran or a champion himself. He's known for his Bacchus. So I love to see, a Bacchus player already going for 450. Very strong player. He was extremely aggressive support, so if you are looking to build an aggressive team, I think starting with an extremely aggressive support is the way to start out. And I think aggression works great in this lower level of play. And we're seeing a lot of people, including his former captain, starting to get in on the bids here, trying to make something happen.
Already at 500 mark. And this is generally where I expect things to slowing down a little bit here. I think with this 500 bid, Koma's almost secured for himself, but big SDL captain comes in with the 550. Yuri looking to just try to push a little bit further. And it looks like this is honestly a hotly contested pick here. Koma going for the 600 now. Will we see a 650 or even a 700? Is Kid Who Sucks someone who can make it to the 900 mark here? It looks like the betting is going to continue as SDL captain getting ready, trying to find his bid, see if it's something he wants to go for. But he's running out of time here, and it just might. No, he does make it through. 650 comes through just before the stop. His betting should continue here until someone
Oh, it
decides to answer Yuri's
looks
bid.
like we're not. Oh, there we go. Never mind. We are going to end up stopping here as Yuri's gonna pick him up for 650, and now he's got a nice little starting combo of Fallen and Kid Who Sucks, and I think that's a great start. Kid Who Sucks an extremely aggressive support, and someone who I think would like to build an aggressive team is Yuri. He's quite an aggressive player himself, so no surprise seeing him favor the style.
Yeah, if there's one thing I know about Yuri is that he likes to fight. And if his team is fighting, that means he gets to fight. So
Mm-hmm.
he's definitely into that. But, aggression is kind of a double-edged sword, especially
Mm-hmm.
down here in the lower division, right? Yes, it can pay off massively if the team just doesn't know how to respond to it. You can snowball and get very far ahead. It can also be absolutely crippling if you
Mm-hmm.
aggress in the wrong time and get punished for it. So definitely gonna keep an eye on that team, see how they pan out here. As Bearded Bro now gets up on the clock already at 250 as Vile puts in his bid. Definitely interested to see how far Bearded goes here because he's been a pretty competent player in the SDL. I'm actually a little bit surprised he didn't get moved up, but I'm gonna see what exactly happens with this one. As now Dirty Harry pushes for the 300 mark.
Yeah, Dirty Harry pushing him up there, and it seems like the bidding is slowing down a little bit. And honestly, I'm a little surprised. Bearded is one of the tried and true veterans. We've seen him perform extremely well in the SDL and consistently be, a top tier carry in the league. So to see him sitting at 350, I think it's just a testament to that carry players tend to go for less in these drafts.
Yeah, no one likes those carry players.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone hates that role.
Mm-hmm.
So get them out of here. But no, right now there's just so many carries that are in the SDL, right? You have so many options that you don't
Mm-hmm.
typically have to splurge on any one of them. You can kind of see what's left over, and generally you'll still get someone who's comparable to the rest of the grouping here. But with only 350 going for Breeder Bro, Yuri is got to be happy with that. That's kind of a steal.
Oh, I agree. I mean, Yuri now looking for a few of the cheaper picks as he started to run out. He started to lose out on some of the money. He's already down to 550. So if Yuri can start to pick up some steals, then he is going to be nice and fine. Zelda on the board for 100, and I would not be surprised if she is one of those picks that goes for a lot of money. She has pretty much almost always banned Scylla pick against her just because people can't play against her Scylla. And she has seen a lot of success with that. So I would not be surprised as I currently am not surprised that they're already at 400.
Looking to continue past that 402, you can see Rogue is getting that bid ready. 500 now is the mark. And Rogue definitely has an interesting approach here. We've seen a lot of these captains go up those 50 banana buck increments, right?
Mm-hmm.
400 to 450, just trying to push them up slowly and eke out as little as they can. You see Vile, he goes up to 50, but Rogue, he's just shooting up straight hundreds. He's
Mm-hmm.
ready to just push it as much as it needs to go. However, after this 550, that might have been Rogue's limit there at that 500. He's not putting a vote in just yet. Vile might get away with this one.
I think
Ooh,
Rogue
take it back.
is Rogue. I don't know. It's hard to tell because part of me thinks that he wants these players, and the other part of me thinks that he's throwing out these hundreds because he wants other people to take these players, and he wants other people to bid up these players.
Yes and no, I think when Rogue wants to just push the price up, he does go for that 50
Mm-hmm.
increment. I think he did really want Zelda on this one. He does take it away with that 600. That is locked in. Zelda now going to Rogue Corp LLC, by the way. It is a limited liability corporation, so keep that in mind. But yeah, I think he's definitely happy with this.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair pick to be happy about. Zelda, extremely high performer. I think runner up in last season's SDL. So I'm not surprised that I saw that 600 price tag for him.
But, one has to wonder as well, is Scylla the only pick that Zelda will be getting banned against them, right? Definitely want to have a bigger god pool than just the one. So I'm definitely interested to see what Zelda brings into the SDL this season, right? She's
Mm-hmm.
had plenty of time to work on a lot of other picks. So I think we're going to see something very interesting from them this time around. So now Yuri goes up on the clock, and Wide Guy,
Ooh, Y
the
Guy is
guy,
one of those
goes up.
performers. He's at 150, and I would be surprised if I didn't see him go higher. 200 already. Coma looking to also get into the mix, possibly, and 300 already. Y Guy, commonly also referred to as Y Goat for a reason, because he is. I mean, he's got it all. He's got the improvement mentality. He's a strong, competent player. He's got what you really want in a solo laner. And 650, I think that's a little too low. I think he should go a little higher, especially considering, great mentality, great player, fun to be around. All of the three. And as I was correct, it was a little too low. Um, Captain seeming to want to go a little higher on him.
So, the important thing about Y Guy is that you're not really bidding on what he is now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're bidding on the potential that he has and what he can become. Because, like you said, he's got a great mental for just improvement. He's constantly willing to learn. He's a great teammate. I've never seen the man be toxic to any of his teammates. I've never seen him like get exasperated or anything. He constantly keeps that mental up. This
Mm-hmm.
is just a valuable person to have on your team for that mental, because one person having that mental to improve can drive everyone else to have that same mentality. This can have a great effect on Coma's draft.
Yeah, and being his first pickup for his draft, I think that's a very solid and strong first pickup. As a lot of these pickups have been. I think Panda Bear Ash from Vile, Fallen from Yuri, Moses from Rogue Pie, a little bit of an unknown, but he's capped it off with Zelda as well. Coma having Y Guy and Average having Malone's, all extremely strong first picks. And honestly, that's what you want to see. But we're starting to get to the point to where people are starting to be a little less able to go to that 900 marker, so we might see some late end picks on towards going towards that max because they just really want a player that's left on the board.
Yeah, most definitely. This is where things start to get really interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be where the captains, they want to try to push out a little bit more from their opposition, but they have to be very careful. They don't want to bid too high, especially if they're just trying to bait other captains. They're not going to be able to fully commit to that 900 as easily. Things are going to be much more kind of up in the air, and you have to take a look at the balances that are left over, because that's going to be the most important factor. Is
Mm-hmm.
going to limit how much these people can really put forward and how much contention they can put towards these. And Scooby Daddy Doo gets picked up by Dirty Harry for a measly 50. That's like the ideal world for him right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when we're talking about new blood in the SDL, once again, it doesn't get much newer than this. This is a guy who joined for the draft. And so when you kind of in that situation as a captain, Dirty Harry might have some insight on him. He might have just gotten, Michael Jordan for 50, the Michael Jordan of the SDL for 50 points. We don't know because other captains aren't going to know that player. Maybe Dirty Harry knows him personally. Maybe, he's got some inside information there as well. But him going for 50 is, I think, just a testament to how new and how unknown he is.
So is that Dirty Harry's first pick too? Does he still
That is
have like
Dirty Harry's first
1550
pick.
more?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Still the richest man on the board.
That is an absolute steal. Now Corrupted Storm up on the board, and while I'm not going to be quite as lucky as Dirty Harry was there, already at the 300 mark, and Harry might actually get away with this one as well. And he's going to be able to get away with these for slightly lower amounts because everyone
Mm-hmm.
else has lower cash on hand to bet. While pushing up to 350 though means that this contest is still on.
Yeah, but Dirty Harry has a little extra cash to spend. If he wants that pick, he can get that pick, And it's kind of just a testament of what are the picks. If you're Dirty Harry, you've got to get into the mindset. You've got to see what picks do I really want, because those are the picks you can get. Those are the picks that no one can really stop you from taking. And if he waits a little longer, he gets a little bit more of I guess, a stranglehold on the market. And that's what we saw one captain do last season, and I wonder if he's trying to take a very similar approach.
It's definitely in the books for him right now. Now, while down 350, that's going to put him at only 350 left in his pool. I think the second highest is 900 from Rogue Pie. So
Mm-hmm.
there's still one person who can secure a pick over Dirty Harry. But as soon as Rogue Pie drops even 50, anything that Dirty Harry wants, he can easily lock in here. This Tolnier now goes on the board, and this is one I'm not familiar with, Muffin.
Do I recognize this name from? I've seen this name. I Why don't I know this name. I don't recognize it, but it looks like the captains do, as Dirty Harry and Vile might be getting into a little bit of a bidding war. It might just be that Dirty Harry wanted Vile to spend a little extra. And if you're Dirty Harry, making people spend a little extra is worth it, And Vile's getting low on cash. If Vile goes up to 300, if Dirty Harry wants to pick, he goes 350 and he gets it.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough spot. But Vile, he could have gone to 350 just
Mm-hmm.
to see if he can push Dirty Harry to the 400. But it looks like Vile might not be too concerned if he doesn't get this particular pick. If he gets to leave this one still with his 350, he's fine. But it's going to be 300 for Tolnier going to Vile, and that takes Vile down to only 50 banana bucks. It's going to be very hard for him to secure anyone he truly wants for his last pick here.
Yeah, but the SDL's got a quite rich new player base, so I have a good feeling that even if you get someone you don't know, you're still going to get someone good. Because a lot of the players in the SDL are new, because we promoted quite a lot of quite a long list of players to the RSL, and we now have the same amount of teams in the SDL. So when you promote about 10 people and there's still the same amount of teams, a lot of new players joined in, and so I'm excited to see these new players. The SDL's kind of been reinvigorated with life, as I would say. There's a lot of new talent is starting to come in.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very interesting season with all these new names in here. It's going to be super exciting to watch, I'd say, as now Dirty Harry gets back up on the clock here. And once again, he still has 1550 in that pool. He could really throw up anyone he wants here. He's taking his time thinking about it, making sure he selects the right person. And it's Yo-Yo Tap Out, who we have seen a little bit of, and not really too surprised to see him get put up here.
He has been, if you've been paying attention to the free agent promotions, he has been there, and he has been looking around there. Dirty Harry put him up for 100. Ooh, it looks like Rogue also wants a little piece of this player. 150, 200 already. Yo-Yo Tap Out, a completely unknown player, other than what he's put about himself in the free agent promotions. So we'll have to see, kind of feel that out. How much these, I guess, teams are willing to go into an unknown.
And right now, we're back to Rogue just pushing up in those increments of 50. He's just trying to raise the price of Yo-Yo Tap Out right. I think this is absolutely the right move for him, right? He knows he can't secure this pick, but if he can force Dirty Harry to just spend more of his reap bucks here, he's going to be able to take him down a notch and maybe put
Mm-hmm.
him out of that, dominant position where he can just stranglehold the draft.
But
350 now. And again, we saw him bump it up by the hundreds when he wanted the pick.
mm-hmm.
This is bait.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be careful, though. Dirty Harry could also be playing the opposite side. And if he's playing the opposite side, then Rogue Corp could be in some trouble because they could lose their ability to stop his stranglehold. If he spends 450, all of a sudden, if Dirty Harry wants to pick at least just once, he can say no to everyone else. But it looks like that is not going to happen. He's still going to have 1150, but he will also have Yo-Yo Tap Out on his board.
Yeah, I think that was a very smart play from Rogue. He pushed it up to that magic number, 400, the average bet for your
Mm-hmm.
player. He doesn't try to push it beyond that, right? Like you said, Yo-Yo Tap Out, we don't have a whole lot of information on him. So trying to push it past that to the 500 mark, that gets a little bit risky. So he just pushes it up as much as he thinks is safe to do, and he lets it go there. Dirty Harry now down from 1550 to 1150. He still has that ability to just lock in anyone over them, but he's definitely lower than he was.
Yeah, I mean he's still got that massive draft power, and he's gonna have it for quite a while. I mean, if Rogue Pie goes for someone, he only needs 2 picks. So if he gets a cheap pick and just wants someone else, he's gonna get him. I think you pronounced it as Kimu, another new face, and we're gonna see that quite a lot this draft. As the SDL once again, I'm saying it again, has been reinvigorated with a bunch of new players, and looks like Rogue actually wants this pick as he is throwing up 150s. Dirty Harry also looking to get in on this bid. Rogue now going up to 250, a little strange from him, switching it up here.
This could be an interesting one, but you take a look at what Rogue has right now. He's only got 2 players. He
Mm-hmm.
still needs 3 more. Yes, he's got 900, but he's got to start trying to bet for these players. He's got to start putting some cash down and trying to lock them in. It looks like this one is going to go his way because once again, it's that double effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you know, everyone wants to see these new players, but no one really wants to spend too much on them, especially at the cash levels they have right now, to the point where they can't bet on anything else. This 250 feels very good for Rogue.
Yeah, I think that's very good for him, but you've also got to consider the opposite effect. Buying anyone as Rogue can't feel that great because now Dirty Harry, he's got the button now. Anybody he wants, he can just take. And that's got to be scary looking at other captains and kind of coming from that effect now. He has way more money than everyone else. And so he's kind of in a position of power.
Yeah, I can see this 250 maybe being a bait for Dirty, trying to push him up to 300 to try to get him to spend a little bit more. But even so, he's filled in another slot, and he didn't use too many points to do it.
Mm-hmm.
He's still around that 650. He can still, push some amounts pretty high. And now that his bet is up on the board, maybe he'll get lucky. Maybe he can sneak some away for only 50.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to kind of try and figure out. A lot of these players are unknown, so sneaking people for 50. I feel like this is one of the drafts where you can get away with it way more than the RSL, and the RUL.
And it's brutal Wolf, or is that supposed to be Brutal Wolf?
I think it's just a typo. V and B are right next to each other. Yeah, it is Brutal Wolf too, and he's gonna be taken off. A veteran of the SDL again. He's been around. He knows his way around this league, and so already up to 100, 150. Not a real big surprise. It looks like Rogue might want a piece of him already. He's got 650 left. He's
Got him with the big L. That has now been removed, but it's on stream. It will be a hallmark forever. Dirty Harry gives
Average
into this one.
Average now no longer has enough money to participate in this bid. Might be the reason for those L's coming out. Uh,
I mean, hey, if you could push him past that and make sure you can't do anything else, why not? Rogue now betting 250 on Brutal here. Dirty did push it up a little bit. And I think that was maybe just his plan, right? Get back at Rogue a little bit, try to force him to spend some more so he can't really contest Dirty Harry quite as much.
yeah, I mean, 100%. I think at this point now, Rogue is no longer a threat to Dirty Harry at all. As Rogue's kind of gone down, he'll be down to 400 points here. And let's take a quick look at the kind of what everyone's got left, what people are trying to fill out as we go through this draft. So we're gonna, Vile's only got 50 left. He's kind of sitting here. He's participating. He's waiting for his turn, very patiently and quietly because that's what he has to do. Dirty Harry still got a ton of money looking to fill out those last two slots, and something that I talked about a lot in the last draft show is the price of a max player starts to go down as the draft goes down. Normally, it's 900 and you've guaranteed a player. But now, for Dirty Harry, it's only 850. It's already started to go down. And if Coma starts to pick up some more players, we could see a situation where maybe Coma goes down to 550 and Dirty Harry can select any two players he likes on the board. And those are his. So Coma's got to be very careful with what he spends his money on, not because just who he wants to get and how to plan out the rest of his draft, but also because it seems like he's the last soldier in line, stopping Dirty Harry from just picking the next two people he wants.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting from here on out. I have to wonder what Vile's draft is gonna start looking like. Because he's got two options, right? He can throw up the name of someone he wants and hope he gets lucky, or he can just start throwing out random names that aren't even on his board and just see if people will bet on that just to make sure he can't get it. Because all anyone has to do to lock Vile out is bet once. Just push it up to 100, Vile no longer gets it. So he's got to adjust his game plan from here on out as well. There's so many shifting factors in this draft as it goes on. It's very interesting to play out. Now, Dirty Harry does manage to secure end of days at 250. And once again, he's just sneaking by with these low amounts because of how far ahead he is.
That was actually a very quick draft there, kind of over the course of just a minute. End of Days gets picked up, and End of Days, a very strong player. He showed up in the last season's SDL, played a really solid carry in that season, and I'm not surprised to see him go for 250. And Dirty Harry starting to pick up. Now Dirty Harry is in a position where he's picked up his fourth player. Whoever he wants is his. He's got that 900. Whatever he wants is his last player. He's got it guaranteed. So I wonder how that aspect will go down.
I would have really liked to see Coma try to push, or anyone try to push Dirty Harry into spending 350 there. Because that would just take him down a little bit further and make sure he's not guaranteed to get his last pick. Now, whatever he wants is his at this point. Like, if we see Harry start to bid on something, generally we should just assume that's what he wants.
Yeah.
Jiggly Panda now on the board for average.
He's throwing it up as 100. This is his long shot. This is his prayer. He is looking to see if he can spend the last of his money to get Jiggly Panda here. And with shadow typing, it's making me start to think he's able to pick up with the last of his money. He has gotten his last player. And if we take a quick look there, you'll notice something interesting. Now, if you're new to Reap and you're wondering what's going on, let me explain something to you real quick. Average will be completely out of banana dollars. No bananas, no monkeys, nothing for him. What does he do, you might ask? How does he fit? He's gonna once that slot gets filled out, how is he supposed to get his last player? Well, after everyone else with money still is done picking, he gets to come back around, and it'll be in a draft, and it'll be a snake-style draft to finish out, who will have. And with him being the last pick as well, I wonder if he made the wrong decision. Because he's going to have to wait for other people to pick up their stuff first after he already has to wait for the people who have money to play the rest of the draft. So I wonder how that'll affect who he ends up getting left with as his last pick, if he's even able to fill all the roles he needs to fill, or if he has to pick up someone that, he has to teach a role, or has to find, someone that knows this role and swap one of his teammates' roles and kind of just make something happen there, make something work.
Yeah, I would have really preferred to see him maybe just bet the 50 and try to sneak two in that way. But,
Hmm.
you do what you have to do at this point, and he went all in, and I can respect that.
I
on
don't
the
think
on the
I
board.
don't, but I don't think that extra 100, I don't think that extra 50 threw and swayed anyone's decision.
I
Um,
think it actually might have. I think them seeing him go all in, knowing that he was no at this point, maybe allowed them to just kind of say, okay, whatever, ignore average. He can have that. Now he's no longer
mhm,
a factor. If you just
yeah.
push in the 50, then they start thinking, okay, well, maybe do I contest this? Do I try to steal it away? For this 100, I think he made the right play. Now Squeeze on the board though, already at 250, something the average was never going to be able to to contest. And
Yeah.
this one is another new one.
Yeah, Sweeze is someone I recognize the name. He is I can't remember where I recognize him from, but I think from other leagues. And he is going to go for 250. Someone Coma, I'm assuming, has had his eye on as he's going to pick up his second player there for 250. And now he's got his core of three. He's got himself, Y Guy, and Sweeze. And I think that is already a strong core of just himself and Y Guy. And adding Sweeze onto that, I think it'll make him a strong team. And we're starting to get into the later portions of this draft where teams are starting to fill out all their slots.
Most definitely, and I'm a little surprised that we saw Dirty Harry like bet in that one and push Coma to that 250.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I'd really like to see him just not do anything until he sees the last name that he wants, because that's all he really does have to do. There's no need for him to try to bait anyone into anything at this point.
Well, even then, he's not even gonna need all 900 of his, of his banana dollars because, Coma was the only person who was able to bring him there, and he's now down to 600. So that's become the new cap: is if you can spend 600, as long as you're Dirty Harry, you get it for free. The
Sega
Sigag
Genesis for
Genesis.
50. Sega Genesis for 50.
Let's go.
I mean, the new names just keep rolling on out. This is honestly the best part of this draft.
Mhm.
You love seeing all these new players being picked up. It was the SDL was injected with so much fresh blood, and we're getting to see so much of it coming out here. And Sega Genesis just goes for 50. That's a steal for for Rogue
We're
by here.
gonna we're
Only
gonna
hits
look
400.
back on this draft, and we're gonna see one of these players that went for 50 or went for 100, went for 150, just because they're new, and we're gonna slap ourselves in the face because one of these players is gonna be the next person who pops off and is just absolutely destroying in the SDL and is doing extremely well. So I'm very excited to see who that is and kind of how that plays out.
Now Yuri back on the clock here. And take a look at what he's got so far. He does just need two more picks here, but with only 550, things might be getting to the little bit of riskier levels for him here. He's now in a position where he's gonna have to pick someone he wants, but he has to balance his bucks between two people. And with only 550, it's not the easiest thing to do if he gets contested.
I wonder if he's in a position where he might want to throw someone who he doesn't want on the clock. Someone he can throw away and kind of not have to worry about because he doesn't have the locking power that some of these other captains have, and he's got to fill out two slots instead of one with only 550. So he's kind of in a position where he's um kind of stuck. And maybe this is the pick that Dirty Harry wants. Maybe Dirty Harry wanted Ionic Joker, and if you're Yuri and you know if you see Dirty Harry go on, why even continue?
That is true. But the good news is, you know, he only has to contest three other people on this. And now with Dirty Harry getting Ionic Joker here, regardless of whether he actually wanted Joker or not, that's gonna end Dirty Harry's draft. He has no other bids to make now, which
He's
means
got all
that
his
puts
slots
Harry in
filled.
a better position now. He still has his 550. Vile only has 50. Average has 0. So the only people contesting him are Rogue and Coma. And that is a much better look than it was literally 3 seconds ago.
Yeah, this is really good for every captain that isn't Harry. Maybe Harry, that's the pick he wanted and he's fine with it. But for every other captain, they now have the ability to do what they want, and they can actually put out a lot of the players they want. Especially now, Yuri has one of the highest stopping powers. And a lot of the other captains, didn't have to worry about that. Dirty Harry on the clock. It looks like he will still going to put someone up on the board.
Perhaps he just misspoke, but we'll see what happens here as that one shakes down. His draft is completely full at this point with Scooby Daddy too. Yo-Yo Tap Out, End of Days, Iconic Joker, and himself rounding that draft out. It's going to be a good look for him. And it looks like they might be discussing that very fact right now, as Dirty Harry has not put anyone up just yet.
Yeah, it looks like there might be a little bit of confusion, but he is typing now. Maybe he is going to throw someone up on the clock. We'll find out. We're kind of rolling with the punches.
And it's Captain Cthulhu, it appears.
Ooh.
And honestly, Dirty Harry still being able to nominate someone is a very bad thing for Vile, because that's just one more person that Vile has no chance of 50.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no shot he can do anything. Now, Rogue putting up 150 for Cthulhu.
Now,
is Dirty Harry still able to put bets down and try to secure a sub?
To be completely honest, it kind of, I think of the rules that he can, and if he does, he can release one of his players and get the new player, but he does not get the money back from the old player. Or maybe they're just letting him sub. They kind of were talking down there. Maybe made some quick adjustments to the rules before the draft. So we'll just have to kind of find out, because I've been up here in my dungeon for the past 4 hours trying to make sure that this streams gets set up and works. And it looks like, he has to release a player, and he is going to release Joker. It looks like he was just trying to bid that up there. And if that's true, and if that's the person that he does wish to keep, then he is all set up and really can kind of just sit back and relax.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still very surprised he put that bid in for Joker without intending to keep him. Like, when you've got the 900 there, I really think you just hold off until you see the name that you truly want, and then just lock that in. Vile betting 50.
It looks like Vile wants Joker, I guess. if you're Yuri, this is good news for you, because now you've got a second shot of getting Ionic Joker. And maybe just 200 was a little too much. And so getting a second chance at getting that pickup, it looks like they might actually be betting on him. I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't know. Once again, can they do that? I don't know. We'll find out. Oh no. Oh no.
Here that Vile is now out of this particular bet, if they are betting on Joker, which I guess they are. His Shadow is typing, so that's the stop. So Dirty Harry released Joker. Joker went straight up onto the block, and now Yuri gets to walk away with him. And actually, it's only for 100 or 50 more than he originally bet for.
Yeah, and if you're Yuri, this is great news. Not only do you get the player you originally wanted, you get him for cheaper than the other guy bought him. Like, this is steal. This is money moves all around. Yuri making a good move, and now he'll still have 450 left for his last pickup, and I think that's great for him.
Yeah, 450 is not a bad place to be in for your last pick. So we'll see what happens there. But Vile, he still has his 50 points as well. So yeah, you can't discount him just yet.
I can't wait to see what spicy picks Vile puts up on the board, only for them to get stolen away from him, and someone flashes an L icon on his name. Love you, Vile.
Now Chow is typing again, so we'll see who gets up on the board. It's Vile.
Oh!
Very long.
Oh!
The
Psychic Loki.
Jokester. Psycho Loki?
Psycho Loki. Now,
50
I
down.
think... I can't remember. I think he was a player on Imaginary Bishops. And... I can't remember. I'm actually going to check real quick.
I think
actually, I've realized I cannot check real quick because that would change what you guys are seeing on your screen, and I don't feel like going into other teams' channels on stream. So it looks like Vile is gonna lock down the pick, and he gets it, and that's all of his money, and he's got his whole team locked down, and that's real nice for Vile, being able to actually secure his last pickup. You know, maybe down in that little draft chat he was begging people not to. We'll never know. But he is actually going to be able to secure his pickup instead of what I predicted.
Yeah, I guess no one knows Loki well enough to warrant trying to steal it away from Vile. At this point, you know, if Vile's going to put up a name that you don't know, and you look at your balance, you say, okay, I've got 600, I've got 350. It's not worth it to me to spend that money just to try to screw over Vile. Let him have the pick and save your points for what you actually want.
I think we're also getting to the point in the draft where players are, you know, they're trying to fill out their rosters. They've got some names in mind on who they want to finish out their roster with. And so looking at like Coma, he's got 2 slots left to fill. I'm sure Coma already knows who he wants. He didn't want that, so why stop Vile from getting it? Because then he's going to end up having it. And I'm sure Yuri didn't want that as well, because he's, you know, he didn't get it himself. So, you know, with Yuri and Coma now being the last two people who can kind of are going to bid against each other, we'll have to see how they kind of get in there and do stuff. It looks like Dirty Harry is on the clock, and he is going to end up passing, which
That's
makes sense. You know, at this point, if you're a captain who's already made their selections, just passing makes the most sense. You don't want to throw someone out on the board and hope someone else takes them, and now all of a sudden you have to release a player that you didn't really want to, and it could be a big mess.
Happy with his draft right now. There's absolutely no reason for him to nominate anyone. He shouldn't be betting. I think we've seen the last of Dirty Harry with that Captain Cthulhu nomination and lock-in. Now, though, Lord Bebo is getting contested. Coma going for 150 as Yuri pushes up to 150 here, trying to lock in his nomination. But this one seems to be contested as Coma is trying to push it up as well.
A little bit of a bid war here.
That one up 250 on Lord Bemo already.
350. I think this is just gonna be, you know, I think Coma's gonna end up getting this pick, and he's gonna make sure Yuri spends every, you know, and Yuri's got to kind of make sure every last dollar, because Yuri's almost at his limit. At that 450, he's at his limit, and so Coma will be, you know, Coma, if he wants this pick, it's his. If he throws in 500, it's his pick.
But with the fact that he didn't go straight to the 450 himself, I think this was just Coma trying to use up the last of Yuri's banana bucks. But Coma
looks like it. There it is. He is going to take the 500. It looks like
got a little bit cheaper.
I mean, at this point, I don't think the price is necessarily a big deal, because, you know, Yuri's going to get the one pick he wants, and then that'll kind of be it.
Does knock him down to, I believe, what, 100 now? He could have ended with 150, which gives him a little bit more bidding, but he did not take that route. He takes it away from Yuri, and Bemo goes to Coma.
Now, I personally remember Bemo because on his draft sheet, he had put Lord Bimo as his Discord tag. But he used special characters for every word or every letter, and that wasn't included on his thing, so I couldn't find him. And I had to approve him later and had to put his Discord roles on later. And I just think that that was important and that everyone should know that.
You know, that tilts me. That makes me a little upset. Guys, just don't use the special characters. Come on. Please. Rogue now back up on the clock. He's only got 350 in his pool, which means Yuri can't outbid him. And if Dirty Harry sees someone that he truly wants, for some reason didn't bid on, then he would be able to take it away. But I think this one's between Rogue and Yuri.
Well, Rogue Pie's already finished out his entire pool, so I would just kind of expect him to
True.
pass.
That's a pass.
The only people who haven't are Coma and Yuri and Average, but Average is out of money. Average has just got to sit there and wait. You know, he's got
The average balance in his bank is 0.
yeah, rough life, rough time.
And it is the pass. Rogue is not going to be betting on anyone. He's happy with his draft as it is. And looking it over, can't be too surprised by that, especially knowing that get outbid by, Yuri.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm very happy with a lot of these teams that have already kind of formed their 5 already, because a lot of these 5 look very strong. You know, Rogue Pie's got Moses, Zelda, Camus, Brutal Wolf, and Sega Genesis. A very strong 5. Vile's got Panda Bear, Ash, Yellowjin, Corrupted Storm, Talnir, Psycho, Loki. Another very strong 5. Dirty Harry with Scooby Daddy Doo, Yo-Yo Tap Out, End of Days, Captain Cthulhu, which formerly known as Big Owen, and Dirty Harry. All another a very strong 5. So I'm kind of just looking to see what Coma and Yuri want to pick up as their last pickups here. Ooh, he has finally shown up. Another longtime veteran of the SDL, TSN Desolation, formerly known as Nitroglycerin, finally showing up to the draft.
That's who that is.
A little later than I expected, but he is finally shown up to the party, and I think he's excited to be here because I'm looking at him in looking at Twitch chat. They're kind of going off about Nitro finally getting put up on the board here.
But it's so easy for it to just be taken away, but Yuri doesn't do it. Yuri lets him have the Nitro, which means now Yuri should just kind of get whatever he wants here. Coma only has 50 banana bucks, and that's not enough to contest anything. Rogue and Dirty have both passed on their draft, so they're not looking for anyone.
Yeah.
The next pick from Yuri is the one he wants.
For sure. I mean, looking at this list real quick here, you know, kind of take a look at all these teams that have kind of finished out their drafts. There's quite a few players still left on this list, but a lot are gone here, and we're starting to get towards what is Yuri gonna really want to finish out his thing. We got, you know, Zababa Yaga still on there, Robin Flair, Royal Ice Blaze, Red Sniper. There's quite a few familiar names still on this board. Shadowstalker's still on this board. You know, there's a lot of familiar faces that are still left up on this board.
Out of money, so Captain Coma on the clock again.
Yeah, Captain Coma back on the clock, and it looks like we're kind of just going through the motions here. As Coma can change up his pick if he so wishes, but I don't see why he would do that. He literally just bought someone. And we're gonna go back to Rogue Pie next, and he passed last time. I'm assuming he'll do it again, and then we'll get to Yuri.
I don't see a world where either Rogue nominates or Dirty when it gets to him. I mean, both of them passed, so they should just be happy with what they have right now. There's no reason for them to change anything up. But I want to see the Tiny Giant get, because I think that's just.
I like that name. It's pretty sick. I think it's from that volleyball anime. What's it called?
I don't know.
IQ or whatever. No, that's a poem. Something like that. I don't know.
Haiku is a poem.
Oh, close enough. Yeah, it looks like Rogue is gonna pass up, and finally, we're back to Yuri. Let us see.
I mean, it's got to be. It's just going to be such an easy draft. It's Aqua.
Aqua.
Who
Aqua
is
is someone
Aqua?
who started to show up towards the end of last season in the chats. Um, kind of started typing around playoff times in the chats, and he is. Oh, looks like he's gonna.
Yeah, I don't see that name like on here. So
It looks like he might not actually be on this
Achilles, I
list.
miss you.
Oh,
Is
Achilles, I miss you.
you know what? I had a feeling that he might go for that one. Yuri
Yeah,
just
I
why
saw
wouldn't
that,
he go
Dave.
for the Achilles guy?
I saw that, David. I was like, someone's gonna pick him up. I mean, whether it's as their sub slot or whatever, someone's gonna pick him up. I like the name Achilles. I miss you. No surprise that Yuri also is the one to pick him up. Considering pretty much the only correlation is that Achilles is a soul laner and Yuri's a soul laner as well. That's pretty much it. I don't even think Yuri plays much Achilles himself. So.
And there's your draft. That's the whole draft right there. Achilles.
Whoa, 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 whoa! There's our money draft. You see, but there's a
The
few
money.
things left over. You see, there's someone who's got to pick out their last teammate still. And then we got to do the sub round. All, all
All
teams are full.
full.
Shadow, no, they're not!
There is one team that is not full.
Oh,
And
okay.
now Average gets to choose a
That's what he
player.
meant. Okay, he was fine. That's what he meant. Okay.
It's got to be the Tiny Giant. He's got to pick up the Tiny Giant. Like, if you pass on a Tiny Giant, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean,
The Giant.
I don't know. Small, but big.
No, big but small.
No, but he's tiny first and then he's giant. Not the
Yeah,
giant tiny.
he might be the Giant Tiny.
Well, I mean, he's not.
It could be.
It says right on the paper the tiny giant.
Well, if you go by what the paper says, it says the T1E G1 ant. So
Well, maybe he's just the
maybe
T1E
we should be
G1
too
ant.
literal.
Maybe he's just the T1E G1 ant.
Maybe he is.
Maybe.
Maybe we're trying to draft an ant here. But
Red.
no, it doesn't matter at all because it's Red Sniper who gets picked up by Average.
Now, a Red Sniper, a familiar face to me as I almost played against him in a prospect game that unfortunately ended up getting canceled. But, you know.
Honestly, a very familiar face to. Well, I'm quite familiar with Red Sniper, and if anyone's been in any other leagues, you'll probably recognize his name as well. Big streamer guy, streams for the Quack and Smite League, plays support in the Quack and Smite League. Not too surprised seeing him picked up here by Average, especially if he was still needing that support. That's a great fill for him. And now his team is finally all full. And he didn't even have to spend any money on that. Look at him go.
Yeah, the easiest pickup in the draft, finally making up his last pickup. Right there.
And now I do believe it goes to the subs, does it not?
Yeah, we should be getting into the sub round here, and Vile with the first pick of the draft will also get the first pick. I think that's how that works, right? Yeah, he should also get the first sub pick as well. Oh, it looks like he's gonna offer a trade instead.
A jokester for a jokester, it would appear. And
Loki for the Joker.
Was in the SDL last season. No.
Ooh.
Very, very firm no on that one. Now, I believe there's about 12 names still up on the board with 6 teams. Means half of these players will be getting on a roster here before the end. 6
and even if you don't get on a roster, don't worry. I've got some plans for you personally. All right, we're gonna make something happen.
Very worried if
I've got plans for the people who don't end up getting picked up in the draft. I've got plans to let them show off their stuff. I've got plans to let them get out there. All right, we're gonna let it all happen. We're gonna make it all work out. And looks like he is going to end up picking Shadowstalker. Another person I believe was on Imaginary Bishops, at least for a short while. I don't know if he ended up, if he was on there long term, but I believe I recognize that name from being on Imaginary Bishops. No surprise that he picks him up. Honestly, a lot of Vile's draft was picking up former players that he's kind of attached to.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him too much. I mean, if you know how these players perform, why not go for him? Now, Dirty Harry gets to pick his sub as well, and hopefully, we'll see the Tiny Giant being picked up.
Yeah, hopefully
here.
people will start to come to their senses here. Like we can only tell you for so long who to pick until we just can't help you anymore.
He's taking his time. He's looking through the options. But there are some other good ones as well. Robin Flair is up there. TDS Richard, always an option. Waffmaster, optional. There's tons of picks up there. Arbalist. You do have to take your time and really look at these things. And Royal Ice Blaze is the selection. That one's going to be the
I mean that's once again another veteran of the SDL. Someone you're gonna want on your roster, to kind of help guide some of the other players who might be a little newer to the league, and especially when you're Dirty Harry, who picked a lot of newer players to the league. He's got Scooby Daddy Doo, Yo-Yo Tap Out, both players that have, and Captain Cthulhu also hasn't played in the SDL. So 3 players that kind of look might need a little bit of showing around, on what to do.
Yeah, definitely does help to have that veteran mentality on your team, even if it's just in the sub role. They can still offer advice. They can talk to you, help you out, get you more comfortable. As the Baba Yaga also picked up as the sub for Yuri's team, big SDL captain, getting the big SDL sub.
The Baba Yaga coming out. I like that name. I thought that name was pretty sick. I think Yuri's just drafting cool names now. Because first he goes Achilles, I Miss You, and now he's gone with Baba Yaga. And that's both really cool names.
Rogue now up for the next sub here. Yeah, I wonder.
I'm very interested in who Rogue picks, because I think Rogue will be one of those, I think if you're on Rogue Corp, there's a chance of you getting moved up to a higher division team, and being able to play for teams that are in upper leagues. He's got 3 of them, and there's a lot of chance for growth and room there. He's got a lot of things planned for a lot of his players, so that's one of those teams where even if you're just a sub for Rogue Corp, I think it's a good person to be a sub for.
And Richard gets picked up by Rogue Corp LLC. Going to be that's a fitting name. I mean, I can see Richard working in a corporation.
Yeah, I also think he's a new player as well. I don't recognize that name. So he might be new to the league. Maybe he changed his name and I didn't recognize, so we'll kind of find out. But coming down here, it looks like Coma. We'll have Coma and then Average as our last 2 picks of the SDL draft. And Coma immediately knew who he wanted. He wanted Talon Reese, and he wanted him quick, as he's going to get that one locked out of the way. And then we're going to go to the very last pick of the draft.
I think that's the fastest sub pick we've seen, like, this entire draft. I honestly, the fastest nomination we've seen all draft. Coma knew exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, Coma just on top of it.
I just had to sit this one out for a little while, only recently back into it with his free pick of a red sniper. He's had plenty of time to think about the subs he wants to take, but he's taken a little bit extra time here just to make sure he makes the right selection. It's the Tiny Giant, by the way, is the right selection.
Yes, but get the Tiny Giant. T1NY G1ANT. That's it, just so you're getting the right one. That's who it is. Yeah! Woo! There we go.
That's what we were wanting to see right there.
They just needed to figure out who how to spell his name. He finally gets picked up, and that is the SDL draft's final pick. But do not go anywhere. We're gonna be taking a short intermission. But we'll be coming right back with the RSL draft. So if I see you go anywhere, if I see you guys start watching SWC, It's gonna be over. It's gonna be over for y'all. Hey, get back down. Just because you were in the SOC cast doesn't mean you can leave. All right.
Oh, come
Uh,
on.
but we will take a quick break and then we will come right back with you, for the RSL draft coming up. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are going to get right into the RSL draft here. I'm once again joined by the wonderful, the lovely, the fabulous Spooky Mars here. And Spooky, how excited are you for the RSL draft?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably say around a 300 or so. I'm really
Ooh.
happy for this one. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with this, especially with all these team captains that are coming up. I mean, we see Two Dog, who's first time captain, and also going to be the first one in the draft. It's always very exciting. Dummy Slick is a returning captain. Obviously, we're going to have more from Rogue Corp in this draft. And you take a look at the draft boards, there's so many returning players and so many uh, promoted players as well. It's going to be very exciting to see how the formerly SDL players perform up in the RSL.
I think that's what I'm most excited for, honestly, is to see how the captains think and what they think of these promoted SDL players, because there's a lot. There's a lot of players that got promoted up, and so watching, kind of see what captains go for, and if they want to see and try and blossom that talent, or if they want to play it safe and generally pick the tried and true tested people who have been around.
Yeah, I think there's a few big names that we should expect to see go pretty. Alex the
Mhm.
first, I wouldn't be surprised if they were the first to be nominated. Aries has been a mainstay of the RSL player. Take a look a little bit further down. You see Sausage, who's returning now. Bracken's been in here for a while. Eagle Woman, all of these are great players. Lonkers, Honkers. There's so many players that I'm expecting a very hotly contested draft.
Yeah, and I mean, I know, unlike previous seasons before, I know almost nothing about anybody's draft plans. Partially because it was extremely quick. Like, the draft happened very quickly um after the captains were announced. So partially because I think a lot of these captains had a lot less time to prepare, and another partially because I wasn't really working with any captains trying to help them make teams this season. And we're gonna spin the little last wheel, Lonely
It's going to
Rogue
be,
Pie, just to kind of confirm it in there.
oh, it is Rogue Pie. Oh my.
Wow.
I honestly wasn't sure if he was going to make it in there or not.
Yeah,
There
and
was a
our
chance. There's a
draft
chance.
draft order will be locked in for the RSL. First, we're gonna have Two Dog, then Big Ian, then Dummy, then Zip Zap, then Hard Stepdad, then Uncle Fable, Camazotz, and Rogue Pie. And honestly, I don't know what to say. There's not that much that I think that's too crazy here. I think Camazotz having a late pick is interesting. He's got kind of a reputation as a captain, for a few reasons, and we'll kind of see if that reputation persists from season 4, and kind of see what happens there. I think the rest of these got a lot of returning captains, a lot of new captains, a good mix this season of new and old.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's always important to note that some of these are player captains as well. That's Zip Zap, that's Hard Stepdad,
Mm-hmm.
and Camazotz was taken. So those three, they only need 4 picks, but also that means they start with only 1,600 banana
And
bucks. And Alex the first.
speaking of just spot on, what an immediately just correct pick up there. Um, Looks like Camazotz also wants a piece, and everyone is trying to get in on him. There is a very strong player. I mean, MVP of the SDL. Seemed to be a little out of place there. A little bit. So seeing him in the RSL, I think a lot of these captains are excited. Um, to get Alex.
Listen, the SCL was a great fit for Alex when he started. But Alex has grown so much as a player, and he's put in a lot of work to do that improvement. He is absolutely a first pick material up in this RSL draft. I'm not shocked at all to see him being going for 500 already. And some people still looking to maybe put some of their own bets in to try to contest this one. But they are running out of time. 550. Kevin Zos is trying to still nab Alex the first. Surprisingly, Two Dog has not put any bets in since the initial nomination. I think exactly how is just trying to get some points going here.
Yeah, I think Two Dog, an excellent strategy, especially if you're the first pick and you aren't confident in one, is to pick someone that has some attention around them. And Alex the First has garnered a lot of attention. There are not many picks that have garnered more attention, in my opinion, than that. And it looks like Dummy Slick is going to be able to get him for 600 there. Quite a nice, quite a nice sum. A little early. Spending a lot of money. We'll see how that affects his later ends of the draft plan. But he is going to get who he wants, and maybe he's wanting to build a team around him.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than the average, right? But
Hmm.
it's Alex. I think this pick is worth it. I think that this is a good investment into his draft, and he is a non-player captain, so he has the 2,000 points. This only takes him down to 1,400. He still has some good stuff to work with. If he can find a couple lower priced picks, he's still in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean 100%. And if it goes anything like last season, he's gonna get some lower price picks that he does not, that he has no business getting. Ooh, report or support going up on the board. Another player who thought that they weren't gonna get drafted already going up on the board. And already at 300, it seems like a quite contested pick. We've seen a lot of different captains come in here and look to bid on reporter support. I see the first pink name in there. Shadow, also your stepdad, quite a nice name there. Um, looking to everyone's looking to try and pick up reporter support. Already at 500 and 5,600.
600.
Alex the First also went for that same price. Do you think this is where it's gonna end out and stop?
I would expect so. I mean, this early on in the draft is a little bit risky to big. Ian might be looking to push it 650, even 700. I would be surprised if we see our first 900 this early, but the way
Whoa.
these guys are betting, it might be a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to just keep pumping in a little bit of money here and there. It looks like it's slowed down a lot, but 650 already right off the bat is ooh, uh-oh. Somebody's a little mad, but 650 right off the bat um is, that's a lot of money. A lot of these
Yeah.
captains are just throwing away a lot of money here in the first portion of the draft, and that he is going to be locked. So Biggie and will capture reporter support for 650.
Now, notably, both of these players or these captains are non-player captains, right?
Mm-hmm.
Both of them have that extra 400 that they
Mm,
are spending. So that might factor into this early bid war a little bit. But this also works out very, very well for player captains. Now, both of those two players
mm.
are below them in total points that they have to spend.
Yeah,
This is a net benefit for all the player captains, and I would expect to see them try to take advantage of it.
especially because there's more non-player captains than player captains this season. We only have 3 non-player captains currently in the RSL draft. So hard stepdad. Um, we see Zip Zap and Kamazotz being the 3 non-player captains, and this is a hot commodity pickup. Guardian Wolf Soul going on the board. I have seen 4 teams. This is the only pick I've been spoiled on. I've seen 4 teams already want this person, and a lot of people willing to spend a lot of money on this pickup, as it's already at 450, 500. We keep going higher and higher and higher. We're climbing up there. We're already at 600. Shadow, also your son, looking to get in there. 650, 700 already. I mean, Guardian Wolf Soul keeps climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing. Everybody, it seems like, wants this to be their support. 750 is where he stands right now. Will he go any higher?
I think Dummy might have had a little bit of insight on this one. I think he Wolfsoul was because he nominates Guardian. He does
Mm-hmm.
not bet on him at all past that first 50 or
Mm-hmm.
100 he threw up.
Well, if
He
you're
knew this was a
Dummy,
hotly contested pick. So everyone needs to support everyone player because they're a very very valuable thing. The fact that he just throws that up there and lets it go is a sign he knows exactly what Guardian Wolf Soul is worth, and he doesn't actually want it on his draft. He's not actually trying to pick him up. He's just trying to get these points down so he can find more stuff that he wants later on easier.
It seems to be a great strategy as Stepdad is willing to throw over half of his money in for this pick here. It looks like it might go to him, and it is going to end up going to him, going to Hard Stepdad for 850. And I mean, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know if that's the right call, but I understand it. Guardian Wolf Soul is an insanely strong support. And having such a strong support, especially if he wants to end up playing jungle this season, locking down your jungle support combination immediately can just be a huge stress reliever on who you end up picking for the rest of this draft.
That's true, but at the same time, you have to be able to still go for those picks that you do. Hard Stepdad is no longer in the realm of being able to secure anyone with a 900 bit. He's down to 750 points. This is quite the hit for him so early in the draft. I mean that is his first pick. He still has 3 more he has to get through, and there's plenty of contention going on in this RSL draft. It'll be tough to get anything very easily.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of shadows here apparently today. But Cat 4200, another one of those SDL promotees. Excited to see him because, Cat has been in the SDL and has kind of been on that edge of probably RSL, but still in the SDL for a few seasons. Really since season 3. So to see Cat finally in the RSL and already put up on the board is real nice. It looks like Big Ian is gonna be picking up Cat 4200, and that worries me a little bit because he's already picked up Reporter Support. Now I know Reporter Support has other roles and can flex into jungle. I've seen his jungle play. I've seen him play a few other roles, but I know that he also has a really strong support. So hopefully Big Ian wasn't picking up Reporter Support for his support, and he was picking him up for another role, because if not, he just picked up 2 supports.
Yeah, I think maybe Ian saw how much these players were being bid for and thought maybe he could push this one a little bit further, try to up that price a little bit. Did not work. Only 150 on this one. This is the low in the draft so far. Now Lonkers Honkers on the board for 50. This is another one I expect to be pretty hotly contested.
I mean, the best mid from season 5. I would not be surprised if this pick went for a lot of money. Zip Zap looking to go for 500 before he's even allowed to. Still ends up spending 500 on him, and he wants to lock down this pick. Zip Zap hasn't gotten anybody on there, and I think if you're gonna spend some money on some pick, it's got to be a player who's above the average level, and Lonkers is one of those players.
Yeah, there's no reason not to go for a high amount on some of these players, right? Lonkers, like you said, voted best mid in season 5. He was a great impact for his team. And if you want someone, if you want one of those above average players, mid is a really good place to have. They have a lot of impact on the game. They can rotate around. They can really do a lot of control with the jungle. So Lonkers Honkers for 700, not too surprised to see this one happen.
Yeah, not honestly not that surprising at all. 700 isn't really a big price to pay for someone as impactful as Lonkers Honkers. A little surprised he didn't go for more, honestly.
Well, I think that might have something to do with how much has already been spent in this draft. Going for even more right now is a little bit risky. You do want to still have a higher balance as this goes on. And ZipZap spending that 700 puts him down to 900. He's only getting 900. This still leaves of being able to secure a pick, but if he does that, then he's out of the draft until it ends. So you definitely got to manage the money very carefully right now.
And it's very important to manage it very carefully. Fable, someone I'm interested in. Blizz for 50. Blizzado, another one of those players I'm very excited to see, as I plan on playing in the carry role alongside him. I've seen him kind of blossom in the SDL as last season's dominant SDL carry, which seems to be a theme real with Reap. Is there's an SDL carry who seems to just be a little bit above the rest down there. And so, seeing him come into the RSL, seeing every single season one of those carries come into the RSL is very interesting and exciting to me, to watch. And it seems like a lot of people are very interested and excited as 700. And I'd be willing to bet that Blizzato will be the most expensive carry this draft, already off the bat.
All right, going up to 750. 800
800.
now is Blizzato, and Two Dog really looking to secure this one. Someone could bet that 900 just to secure it, or they can try the 850 to see if they can just squeeze a little bit extra out of someone here. Looks
I wonder.
like it's slowing down. I think
Yeah, it's
Two
slowing
Dog has
down.
managed to get this one.
Yeah, it looks like Two Dog is going to be able to get this one locked down. 800, a little concerning, but I will say, he is a non-player captain. He's got a lot of extra money, but Blizzato essentially has to equate to 2 picks now, and that's when it kind of gets a little worrying for any pickup. I'm not saying it because he's an SDL up and comer. I'm saying it because not very many players are 2 players. We don't see that very often, and having to fill that out, it can be very stressful as a player.
Yeah, then there's still a lot of talent up on the board too. I mean,
Mhm.
even in the ADC role, Kajonas was another one who was very clearly at the top of the SDL in his role. Now,
I think he's
800's been spent
in
on Blizzato.
jungle now. So I wonder
Ooh.
how that'll go. I know he played jungle last season in the RSL and did phenomenally there. But there's still quite a few others. Tele the Basin, another one of those extremely talented carries from last season. And it looks like a lot of people want their hands on him as he is going up. Kama and Fable in a little bit of a bidding war here. It keeps going up. We're at 450, 500, 550, 600. We keep going up and up and up, and it looks like we're going to keep climbing and climbing, and we'll have to see 650, 750.
750.
Ooh, and 750 is the magic number. I think Fable would go 900. Because no matter what Camazot's bids here, he can throw 900 down. If he goes for the 800, he can go 900, 850. He can spend that 900. I think Fable would be willing to spend the 900.
And
Looks
Ian
like
is
we'll
trying
have
to
to
push
find out and
that.
see. Ian's looking to figure out if he's really willing to do it. Maybe also trying to get in for himself and just waited for the bidding war to subside.
And I
Looks
don't
like
think
it's slowed down.
Fable might have just been trying to push Camazot's up as well, because that has slowed down, and it is Ian who walks away with Tele the Basin at 800. Man, these picks have been quite
I,
expensive so far, Muffin, and honestly, I think that's something we saw a lot in a lot of expensive picks at the start,
Mhm.
and then a lot of others still pretty good players started getting by at very cheap costs.
I mean, this is a little reminiscent of season 3, or not season 4's draft, where we saw a lot of heavy money picks early on, and then captains literally getting players for 100, 200, not because they were bad, but because every captain had only 100 or 200 left. And
Yeah.
so, also, I will say this. I was a little spoiled on Big Ian picking up Tele the Basin. He had accidentally given him a role in his server, and I had seen that, and so I'm a little disappointed, but I did know that he was going to end up getting in
This
that
man
bid war
said, I
eventually.
haven't been spoiled on any draft.
Just,
By the way, I
just,
know everyone wants Guardian Whistle. By the way, I know that.
okay. Maybe like 4 picks have been spoiled for me, but that's it. I don't know what half these captains, I don't know anything that they want to do. It looks like average is on the clock. Magnetic Excalibur. Ooh, that could possibly be a hot pickup. A very strong jungle, has consistently performed well. 500 already. It looks like multiple people willing to spend 500 on him. Amazot's looking to get him for 600, 650. He is going to keep going up and up. 700. And it looks like this could be, one of those players that everyone wants to get a piece of the pie of. There's multiple people typing, and they might keep going higher. 750. And that's the magical number. If you're willing to spend 900 on someone, you want to land on 750. So, I mean, we'll have to see what happens. 800, we'll see it, and he is going to push, and he is going to throw the 900 down for him. And that's the first 900, I believe, of both drafts.
Um, is it of both drafts? I think we saw a nine.
Well, I can
We
go.
saw Maloney's go for 900.
Oh, Maloney's did go for 900. I did miss that. But the second 900
Second
overall,
900 still important.
already early in the RSL. Um, this time for a jungler, which I think is a good pickup. If you're going to spend 900 on someone, I would say support or jungle has to be your go-to because they are going to be around the map. You really need to get that money's worth out of that player. Because they're just going to be everywhere. They're going to be all around the map, kind of putting in a lot of work.
But that does take that balance down to only 1,100. That is almost half of the entire points total for Rogue Corp LLC.
Mm.
You're gonna have to be very careful on what they want next. Sure, it's good to get it on a jungler because they can be some of the most impactful players,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not enough just have an impactful jungle. You still have to have the team around it. And sure, you can build that up over the course of the season, but you still want to have something to work with. Dom on the board for 50 now. Looks like we might be seeing quite another bid war happening here. These players are just going for.
Yeah, I mean,
This might be so early.
Yeah, a little surprised people are just throwing cash out so quickly. Dom really I played with him right before he got moved up to the RSL mid-season. And to be honest, he definitely deserved his mid-season move up. Very strong player. Extremely strong in the SDL when he came up to the RSL. Also very strong. He subbed in for my team, did very well, and then got moved up almost immediately after that. To the RSL. Not very surprising that he goes for 500. Very talented player who still has a lot of room to grow.
Going for 550. That's not terrible. That's a pretty good amount to spend on a player. I mean, it's a little bit above the average, but you've got 2,000 points to work with. Why not go ahead and spend a little bit extra to make sure you get that player? Abel now on the board with his first team member is Dom. Let's see where things go from there. But currently, we've seen these balances drop quite a bit. I mean,
Yeah,
Ian
I
currently
agree
he
with
only
you
has 400 points left.
100%. I mean, we're looking, like you said, 400 for biggest Ian, 1,200 for Two Dog, and he's only got one pickup. Almost all of these have been down. Kama, the only person who hasn't put up, and guess who's on the clock right now? Kamazotz himself. Who is he looking to put up on this board?
Omni-Base.
Omni-Based, a name. Swear I know that name. What do I know that name from?
Probably know it from last season.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Omni-based. Another one of the strong players. Very clearly, captains are interested in Omni-based. As money is going going everywhere with him. 700 already. It looks like he didn't throw him to the 750 marker. So I don't know. I mean, willing to throw out a lot of money, but is he going to go a little more? Is he going to be a little more? It looks like that's going to be kind of where this caps out and ends off.
Kama so far has not been really willing to go above the 650 mark. Once someone hits that 700, that 750, Kamazotz has tended to stop. He's definitely trying to play this a little bit more conservatively than some other captains. Fable now using that 700 is down to 750 as his points total. But Kama, he's still got 1,600. He's still looking pretty good. He's not used anything yet.
Yeah, Kamazotz is a little slimy, as I'd like to say. He had a reputation in season 4's captain's draft as the guy who bit up everybody. So I wonder if that was another scenario of him just bidding someone up. He seems to be playing it very safely and conservatively. I honestly don't know what his plan is and what he wants to do. So I'm a little curious as to see how, as this draft goes on, what's gonna happen. Oh, there he is, Spooky Mars. How you doing? 150 already. That's my boy. He's getting up on the board. 200, 250. Are we going to see a 300, 300? Are we going to see a 350, 350, 350? Anybody 350, 350? Are we going to see 400, 400? Anybody going to put him on the average marker? Is he going to be 400 or is he going to go to Kamazotz? Here, it looks like bidding has slowed down here. Oh, 400. We see 400. Do we see 450, 450? Anybody 450? Are we going to see a 450 from anybody? It looks like Stepdad might be able to skew this in. 400. We'll see. You know, it looks like it's slowing down a little bit here, but we're not sure yet as that final marker hasn't come in here. 400, 400, any 450s, 450s. Going once, going twice.
And there
400!
I
Welcome
think that's
to
the highest I've ever gone
Stepdad's
in a
team.
draft.
You know, I just like to tell you, you've over doubled my entire value in Reap history. It's currently I've totaled up from 2 seasons 150, so I'll have to see how it goes. But congratulations on getting picked up
Thank you,
for
thank you.
400. Nice. You've got good company with Guardian Wolf Soul and Hard Stepdad on that team.
I'll make sure they do not have good. Don't you worry. They will be incredibly disappointed in this.
You just made a big mistake. He says puns nonstop. Do not draft this guy. Trade him away while you still can.
Never made a pun in my life. Never once. You can't prove it either.
No, I definitely can't. Zip Zap on the clock. Another captain I'm very interested in looking at. He's picked up Long so far, and he's looking at going at Waddle XP. Once again, SDL up-and-comer, and it looks like some people have their eyes on some SDL up-and-comers right now. As 200, 250 already. Are we going to be looking at 300? Maybe he looks up. Big Ian going up for 300. 350 already. Dang, we got a lot of money on Waddle XP, and we're starting to slow down here because a lot of captains have already ran out of money. A lot of these captains are struggling. They're strapped a little bit for cash. They're keeping on, you know, they're struggling. They're trying to throw a little bit more here.
He only has 350. He can't even put in a bid if he wanted Waddle at this point.
Yeah, Stepdad is strapped for cash here. But some of the other captains still got a little bit to spend. So Kamazot's going to pick up his first pick finally with Waddle XP.
And that's good. I mean, like I said, these are SDL up-and-comers. They should be being looked at right now. They were promoted for a reason. You had plenty of time to see how they perform in the lower division in previous seasons. There's no reason not to start trying to pick them up if you see that talent there. I'm really glad to see a lot of these promoted players being bid on, and quite aggressively is now Eagle Woman, former RSL mid from last season, on the board already at 150.
Yeah, Eagle Woman, very strong player in her own right. Would not be surprised. Another one of these top mid laners who I feel like she just didn't get enough respect, especially because she is a champion. You know, she's on Sam Howell's second championship run. And you know, she was a part of that whole team and squadron there. And seeing her only at 250 for a little bit right now. I assume that's going to go up a little bit more, but something interesting as to note is if you look who put that up and you look who's been bidden, you'll notice there ain't a familiar face there. You know, Dummy Slick once again, I think, swindled everybody else, throwing him up for 100. Doesn't actually want the pick himself. He's gonna let other people bid up on that, and gonna go to Big Ian for 300. And let's take a look at some of these captains. You know, how these teams are forming up right now, how this money has been spent here. Son of Two Dog, 1,200, still only has Blizzato. Big Ian, 400, has Reporter Support. Cat, 4,200, Tele, and I believe he just picked someone up, so he will have 100 left over, and he will be getting Eagle Woman as well. Dummy Slick, 1,400 still with Alex the First. Long for Zip Zap, he's got 900 left over. Hard Stepdad with 350. He's going to be waiting a while before he gets to participate again in this draft. He's got Guardian Wolf Soul and the one and only Spooky Mars. Maybe he wants some casting tips. Yeah, you know, who knows? Uncle Fable has got Domim and Omni-based. Kamazot's has Waddle, and Rogue Pie has Magnetic Excalibur. Kind of to sort off their draft sheets.
Yeah, there's a lot of empty spaces here. And honestly, Ian, despite only having 100 points left, is in a pretty good spot. He's got 4 of his 5 members filled out. He can kind of chill out for a little bit and just see what comes up. But I really think Dummy has had the best strategy so far. It seems like he's figured out exactly who is valuable in this draft. And so he's just throwing them up to try to get these points down before he goes for the people he actually wants. I mean, he's still at what 1400, and he's picked up one of the best mid laners you could get right now.
Looks like Ian trying to trade away Cat for Waddles, and on the surface that seems like an okay trade, but Camazotz is a support main. I don't think he's necessarily concerned. I know he does have a little bit of jungle in him, a little bit of carry in him, and I think a tiny bit of mid in him, but I don't think he's going to be too concerned about picking up Cat right now, as he's already got to support himself as himself. Yeah, predictably he does end up turning that down. There.
Yeah, that one is no good. Doesn't go through. So Ian's gonna have to choose something else there, or does he get to nominate someone, or does he just have to pass that now?
That should be his nomination there. So we should be moving on to Dummy Slick. Dummy Slick, I mean, it's always interesting to see him nominate, because I don't think he's going to nominate the players he wants to draft. I think he's going to try and nominate people who he wants other people. Oh, looks like he is going to be able to nominate. He's going to nominate Juicy. One of the players who did show up to the showcase.
We'll have to throw a bid in there for that.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah, there we go. Woo! Oh, people are already spending some money on Juicy. 150, 100, looking to pick Juicy up, who's had a little bit of shakiness towards the end of the season, last season, but he has shown some strong strides, especially early last season, and even the season before that, early in that season, he's shown some strong strides. So I'm not surprised if people try and reinvigorate that and spend a little bit of money on him.
Kama is trying to bid for this one. He's trying to nab Juicy for his own team, and it's just smart, right? He needs to have a jungler there, so try to get this one while he can. It doesn't look like anyone else is trying to contest it too much. It's just between him and Zip Zap. Zip seems to have slowed down on that one, because take a look at his points. He's only got 900 left. He probably doesn't want to get into too much of a bidding war with Camazotz.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit hard to tell. Camazotz, it's always extremely hard to tell if he actually wants the pick he's bidding on, because he will bid you up, and he likes to do that, and that's something he does. So when he's sitting there and he's bidding up on a lot of people, it's hard to tell. Is he trying to make me spend more money? Should I stop spending money so he spends money? And he kind of adds a whole nother layer to when he's drafting.
Yeah, absolutely. And now seems that Camazotz does get to walk away with this one. Two Dog now up on the board, and he's looking for none other than
Woo!
Has not put any amount in there just yet, so are being sold for 50 and 100 now.
100, 150.
Camazotz trying to get in this one. 200 now.
200.
Looking to pick up this maiden.
250.
Looking at the 250. Not willing to let this one slide. He wants his former teammate back. And looks like it's slowing down just a little bit, but Two Dog could still get involved.
300
coming out from Stepdad, also a former teammate, trying to pick up this ADC. Now, that is the only bet that Stepdad can make. 350.
And Stepdad's out of it, unfortunately.
Takes that one away. Will someone flash the L at him is the question.
There it is. The L flash, the infamous 350. Now, if you don't know, I have already over doubled my reap value so far. We went from 150 to 350. We've gone above. Well, I guess you got to add the original, but who cares? So I beat my goal. That was my goal going into it. I wanted to go for 300. So I'm happy with that, and I get to join up with my former teammate Camazotz. So I'm excited to for this season, and now I will be biasly casting for Camazotz for the rest of this draft.
Right, so you shift your bias towards Kama. I shift my bias to Stepdad.
We can stay neutral on everyone else.
350.
We'll stay neutral for everyone else, but now we're gonna be biased for those two. The Goose for 50. Ooh, I'm excited. The Goose, probably one of the best solo laners. Also super cool dude. I've played with him, but I think twice. Super chill dude. Really good solo laner, and I think people want that because he is already going up for 300. And it looks like bidding is already starting to slow down. We see some people still typing, maybe trying to get in there a little bit. But 300, for a very strong solo laner would be a great price. Uh-oh. Oh no.
350. That is Stepdad's entire balance trying to pick up the goose here. Can he get away with it is the question. No one is typing just yet. There's no one trying to steal it away.
His stepdad gonna spend the last of his dollars.
If he does, he'll still need one more pickup. And he does
Oh!
get the goose. And you know what? You know what? Listen, if you're going to go ahead and use up the rest of your cash, you might as well do it on a really good pick. And the goose is just that.
I can't
Great
even.
solo laner. This is a steal.
I can't even be biased against that. The goose for 350, he's more than, the average player. He's a 400 plus player. But for him to go for 350, I know captains are starting to get a little strapped. There's a lot of captains, Big Ian isn't really going to be joining in anytime soon. He's only got 100. But like, there's a lot of other captains who, still had some money to spend, and I think honest solo laner is fine because looking at this list, as many Reap seasons tend to be, there's always a set of strong solo laners that are towards the top, and then there seems to be a little gap. And you want to get one of those solo laners on, that are very strong and very towards the top of the division because it really makes the rest of the game a little easier.
Oh, Big Ian is on the clock actually, so we might see a little bit from him here. Although I don't think he's going to be able to put up too much of a high bet. Question is, does he go for the 100 on just what he wants to pick? Or does he just throw 50 up on something else? Bob's goes for 50. 99.
99.
99.
100! Woo!
Alright, so he's not getting bops. There's no chance he's able to get that. But someone else could still get it here. As see, average going for 350. Zip-Zap looking at that 450 mark. He only has 900. That's half his remaining balance on Zip-Zap. It's only his second bid.
500 already. I mean, this just goes to speak on how sparse these solos are. I know Bops also has a mid, but already at 500, I'm a little surprised the Goose didn't go for a similar price. But I mean, when I'm thinking about it, it doesn't mean that, once again, great pickup from Kema, fantastic pickup. Did an incredible job with that pickup. He's going to get a strong solo laner for 500, and I think that's exactly what he needed on his draft roster.
Relax,
if you're looking at
he's out of the draft now. It's okay.
That's
the last one you needed.
That's the squadron right there. That's a strong squadron, if I say so myself.
Just to review, that is Waddle XP, Juicy Jimmy, Pink Maiden / Muffin Man, the Big Bops, and Kamazots was taken. That's a roster. It would probably be better if he had a different ADC, but it's still workable. No, it's a good draft. It's a good draft.
Fantastic draft, if I say so myself. Incredible draft. I don't think anyone's done better so far, ever. But it looks like Dummy is on the clock. And speaking of fantastic drafters, so far we've seen an absolute mind-blowing game plan so far from Dummy. Will he nominate someone he actually wants this time? A lot of people spent a lot of money. Bracking for 50? I don't think so. I think he already knows that. I think he knows that a lot of other people want Bracking, and I think Bracking's an extremely strong carry. So I wouldn't be surprised if he spent a little money. Amazon's getting his L there. Well deserved.
Still not betting.
Yeah, I mean, still seeing a lot of people.
It's just the bait. Dummy is just masterminding these people, making sure that they're spending the money on people he doesn't. I'm very curious to see who he does want by the end of this, because he still has, and he's only got one person in his draft. I'm interested.
Yeah, I'm also, very interested to see kind of how this goes. Looks like Fable also trying to get in there. 450 from Average, who is also Rogue Pie, if you couldn't tell from the name. Kind of filling in for him there. And right now he's only got Magnetic, so it looks like he's trying to fill out with Bracking. Bracking, extremely strong carry, did very well last season. Excited to see how he does this season as well. To kind of get in there. And carries seem to have gone for a lot more this draft than in previous drafts, which surprises me. A lot of
Well, Love did
carries.
only go for like 350.
A lot of carries in the last drafts went up for under 300. Um, so to see, like Blazzato go for 800, myself to go for over 100, a little surprising. But and some of the other carries, Bracking also going for 450. Carries have been pretty expensive this season. ABC, oh, that is a strong player. I'm excited to see how much people are willing to spend on ABC. 200 it looks like already right out the gate. 300, 350. And people are really racking up the points here as they want to get their hands on ABC, a very flexible and very good player in multiple roles. Insane Terra player. Fantastic all around. As you can see by the captain's choice of spending, they're already at 550 banana dollars.
And now is going to be interesting. Zips up, he doesn't have
600.
he only has 900. He could secure this one if he wanted to, but he only has one player on his draft. He can't afford to go that deep into this one. Fable with the 600 most likely is going to lock this one in as he has two players already and will only need two more after. But
Oh, Zipzap getting in there as well. 650. I see also Two Dog typing as well. Maybe he wants to get in there. That would be a very strong pickup from him, but he has already spent a lot of money. I don't know if he can afford to go for these 700 caliber players.
I don't know if Zipzap can go for this 650. Like his balance is exceptionally low right now, but Fable is going to go for that 700. I just be trying to bait Zipzap into spending more. But at this rate, he's most likely going to end up with just a balance of 50 left over and going to have to settle for whatever he can get after.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he is going to be able to lock this pick down. ABC going for 700, no surprise there. One of the very strong supports coming into this season, which, is, they're hard to find. Strong supports are not a dime a dozen. They're few. They're few and far between. And it's, seeing these strong supports go for so much is no surprise at all.
Yeah, the supports are really critical to your team, right? They're almost like the linchpin. There's the support linchpin, and then there's the jungle linchpin. They go together, and that's really what makes up the core of your team is those two members who rotate around the map and impact everything. If you can secure two strong members in both those roles, like you're looking fantastic at that point.
Stepdad is out of money. So Fable is on the clock. Looks like we did end up changing bias.
That. I demand my boy Stepdad be allowed to bid. You can't just cut him out like this. This is an insult to competitive.
How much is he gonna bid, Spooky?
99.
No, he can't. He doesn't have 99.
Who cares? We go into debt on this one. I'll play for another team for a game. That'll make up our debt. Might have to put us further into debt. Rosie on the board for 50. Now, this is one I've been waiting for.
Rosie, an extremely strong support. And as well as a fan favorite among people. Always gets a lot of people tuning into her stream. So I'd be a little surprised if the bidding's just going to cut short at 100 here. It looks like a few more people
can't do anything about it. He is now that's his biggest bid right there. And we already saw the F get flashed at him. There's the L as well.
And it looks like
for
100.
That's an absolute steal.
I'm gonna call. Cryptic called it last time. I'm gonna call it this time. That's the steal of the draft.
Absolutely,
Rosie for only 100. That just has to be the steal of the draft. An extremely strong, very talented support player who is going to make a big impact on your team for 100? If you could tell me that a player with Rosie's skill set was only going to go for 100 starting at this draft, I would have told you crazy. I would have told you stupid.
I'm insulted for her, honestly. I'm almost insulted. She is easily at least a 450 player. At least a 450 player. this is the steal of the draft. Kama back on the clock, but his draft is complete. So I expect a pass here, unless he tries to pick someone up and drop Muffin.
Yeah, I honestly expect him to drop me at this point. You know, there's also some some other interesting strategies he could do. He might want to spend some captains. Maybe he doesn't want a specific person to have a strong team. So while people still have some expendable cash, he might, Dummy has a lot of expendable cash. Maybe he wants to go for a pickup that he thinks Dummy would want to get up and make him spend some money, so the other captains can kind of get involved and mess with Dummy. He's a very tricky person. It looks like he's gonna try and trade Bobs for Alex.
Okay, let's be honest here, Kamazats. This is Dummy's only pick. He spent 600 on it, and it is a top tier selection. There it is. That's the no. Denied.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious no. I don't see why Dummy would have accepted that. That is very clearly the one person he did want.
I expect some banter be going in the group chat after that one.
Yeah. For those who don't know, all of the RSL captains are piled into a voice chat. So the admins down there can bark commands, essentially. Realistically, it's so all the captains can talk trash to each other about everyone else.
Average is on the clock.
Yeah, it looks like Average coming up on the clock, and Average is, he's got 450 left over. He can
still make a play for something, though.
He can still make a play for something. It looks like people something's going on. Spin Sovereign, that is a name I know, because I almost teamed with him. And he didn't end up getting drafted to my team, but he did do a tryout with me, and he's a very strong player. He plays a lot of roles. He did really well in solo. He's done really well in support. So kind of a flex pickup here. I wouldn't be surprised for him to go for some shmoneys here. Kamazot's throwing down 100. Surprisingly, no L there. He looks like he escaped out safely from that. Overall. Oh, there it is. You did it, didn't you? That was you.
It was not I, but it seems the captains are indeed listening to the draft. That's also Kama himself.
Yeah.
That's what I like about Kama. That's a man that can laugh at him.
Yeah, a man who can laugh at himself. Very nice.
And it looks like Average does manage to secure Spin Sovereign here for 250. It leaves him with 200 points left over his final selection. But that is not a high balance when it comes to this draft, especially with how contested a lot of these have been, and Dummy still having 1,400 and Two Dog still having 1,200.
Average back up on the board. Looking to try, he's got some money around. Let's see what he can do, what he's got planned. He went Spin Sovereign for 250, so he's only got 200 left. Apparently people are putting some clocks. Diego for 50. My boy Deeglim, if you do not know, cracked support. Somehow every time I throw a Hoi bounce, he perfectly puts his Ganesha pillars to I get a triple bounce. Cracked as all can be support. Up and comer from the SDL.
There's no way he goes for 150, right?
I mean,
there's no shot. So. It's just a 150. There is absolutely no world to go.
I mean, you've just gotta at this point, we're at the point in the draft where 150 is too expensive for 4 captains already. Half the pool can't go for 150. I think we're at the point in the draft where 150 is going to become the standard.
This is now turned into the Dummy and Two Dog show. These are the 2 captains with the highest balances, and they also have the most to fill out still.
I think they want the same players. I think that they want the same players. They very well
might want the same players. That would make the most sense, because what else are they doing?
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I don't know what could they be going for. We'll have to find out. I mean, this is This is where it gets exciting. Both of them picked up one player and held out on the rest. Kama on the clock. Will he suggest another trade? Who knows?
And that's just going to be the pass this time. But looking at who's still on the board, you've got Vibe Legion, you've got
Hmm.
Arcs, you've got Vile still up there. Papa Nike is still on the board. And these are all players I can see them maybe waiting to try to pick up after some people have spent their own points here. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised to see those names start coming up here.
There's a
How was your
lot
list?
of really strong picks that are still around. A lesser known one from previous seasons, Mage Master D still on there. Kenjaru on the board still. We see Spartan from previous seasons on there. Ares on another incredible support. Maybe this season is just chocked full of incredible supports that I just forgot about because every time I see a support go on this board, I think, wow, that I didn't even know they were still here. Incredible support just all around. There's still so many strong players left up on the board, just like Ares, who are gonna who are in an interesting situation, when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, but 150 for Aries might be exactly what goes through here. And that is honestly quite another steal. Aries for 150 is almost as mind-boggling as Rosie, and Zipzap was the one to pick it up with literally only 900 points in his balance. That is just a massive win for him. It does go Aries 9306 going the way of Zipzap, leaves him with a balance of still 750 to look for his next two players. He's got to feel good about that one.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%. Like Zipzap so far has gotten some. Now finally put his third player or second player on the board. He's got Lonk and Ares, which is a really good combination. Both teammates last season. They were both on the same team last season. So interesting to see that. Dai, a player that I have been waiting to come up on this board. In my opinion, one of, if not the best SDL player to come out. He is an extremely strong player, and I would be surprised if he went for a small sum. It looks like this is one of those players that Two Dog wanted to get in on, as he's finally shown his face for the first time in a long time, trying to get in on this draft.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for anyone to really take it over him at this point. He's still got that 1200 balance.
Hmm.
Everyone but Dummy is below him at this point. No one can go for that 900 secure other than him. And Dummy clearly isn't very interested in this one because he's been through this particular bid. Zipzap pushing up to that 400 mark. And that might be giving Two Dog a little bit of pause here. Sure, he's got a balance of 1200, but he has 4 spots to fill. Can he afford to go up to that 450 mark here?
Hmm.
Well, Zipzap, he's still got 750 on him. And
Another
there's
thing
not
about
much of that.
Dai that's a little interesting though is his absolutely insane synergy with his teammate Jargon from the SDLS season. I feel like Zipzap has been put in a position where he needs to get Jargon now. And so he's gonna have to try and play very trickily around how he's going to be able to accomplish that and see how that goes as Dummy is up on the clock. Now, I think I could start to see where Dummy might start getting involved. Mr. Peanuts for 50. Um, that is a very he was a very strong player, but he was left on a struggling team last season. Already up to 150. We'll see how it goes. It looks like Son of Two Dog still kind of maybe they're starting a little bit of a bidding war here. Um, we'll have to see how this plays out. Dummy
Dummy
looking
wants
to
this one.
go a little bit more. I think Dummy actually wants this pick, which might put Two Dog in an interesting position to try and run him up. They both, in case they both want the same pick, we're at a position where that they could be fighting for something. You want to have more cash if you're the one fighting for something.
He runs him up a little bit, but oh no, just a
Oh,
little too late. Just barely too
will
late
he get
to
rid of the
get that
stop?
bid in.
Oh no. Looks like he will be going to Dummy for 250.
That is
Dang.
so unlucky for Two Dog. But if you want this player, if you want any of these, you got to be
Mhm. You got to be
willing to
proactive.
go for it.
You can't just sit there and wait. And the bidding was inactive for a long time, so once it stopped, sorry.
Hesitation in this draft can kill you. Now, you don't have to just bite the bullet on that one. Luckily for him, it does take Dummy's balance down a little bit. Now he's at, I believe, 1150, just below Two Dog. Now, next one up on the clock is Maddie.
Oh, okay. Oh, Jargon going up on the board here, and Zipzap should be a little interested here as Maddie. Apparently, that's Big Ian. Zipzap throwing in the 300. Will he be able to secure it? It looks like other people are not as interested. Oh no! Oh, the L comes out too. It looks like Son of Two Dog had his eye on him as well, and he's gonna separate the lifelong partners of Die and Jargon. And it looks like Big Ian wanting to trade Eagle for Bops, but I don't think he can do that. I think he needs to do that before. Just, I don't think he can just throw that out there in the middle of a.
Jargon, I'm sorry. I actually tried to make a. It's crazy how my figure.
Yeah, man, crazy how that happened. My little brother actually, he was the one who nominated Jargon for 100. Actually, it wasn't me. It was my little brother. He got in there, and nominated him. So,
it happens. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, it looks like they are gonna end up getting split up, and a lot of L's going out to Zipzap there.
About 9 of them actually. Hey, get in here, make it 10. Double. No?
Oh, yeah, you want me to get in there and make it 10?
Yeah, I want you to get in there. Hold
on. There we go.
There we go. Double digit L's. There we go.
There we go.
Now, what kind of impact does that have, though, on Die Violently and Jargon? It's like you were talking about it. They've been together for so long. They've built up a synergy with each other. Now being split off, having to go their separate ways, and frankly, they're going to have to be facing against each other. Will that lower their impact, or do you think they're good enough to just kind of brush past it and move on?
I don't know. It's a tricky question to answer. It's not the easiest thing to just get to just move on from. So I think it's kind of more up to the individual. Ooh, another SDL up and comer, Vibe Legion.
TV
coming in there, Vibe Legion TTV. Coming in already at 250. Looks like sorry, Son of Two Dog is looking to make a team of up and coming SDL players in here, as he's been throwing a lot of money down on him. We got Blizzado Jargon already, and Zipzap struggling once again. Is not going to be able to continue it on this bid war, but he is able to bring Son of Two Dog down some cash, which is, I think, very important.
He's trying his best. He's doing what he can to push that price up a little bit there. And frankly, Vibe Legion, he's a good player. He's got some good skills. There's a reason he's in the RSL now, and also TTV. Drop that man a follow on Twitch if you haven't already.
No, don't broadcast. All right, you can't broadcast anyone who puts TTV in their own name on your stream. That's just not cool.
Yes, we can. Vibe Legion deserves it. We are in the perfect position to help the man out. And honestly, if the RSL doesn't support the RSL, what are we doing?
It's fair. I'll concede that point.
Two Dog takes it away on that one.
Let's take another quick look. It looks like they're already trying to oh wait, that's the wrong thing. Let's take another quick look at these captains. These rosters are starting to fill out. Money is starting to get low. Dummy Slick has still a lot of money up on the bar. Mark is now picking for Ian and is on the clock. So Mark will be kind of getting in there, but Big Ian only having 100 left over to kind of mess around with. Blizzado, Son of Two Dog with Blizzado, Jar, and Vibe, and I'm starting to think I start to see a theme here. Cajones, not an SDL up-and-comer, but an RSL, he's going into his junior season in the RSL, or his sophomore season in the RSL. Um, Cajone's very strong jungler, which is a little interesting considering he already has Vibe Legion. So maybe he plans on putting Cajones in a new role this season. We'll have to see how that goes.
Listen,
Or maybe
I
Vibe's looking to be
never
put into a
believe
different role.
role swaps in the draft. I never believe it, right? I guarantee you they're putting Kojo back into ADC, and that's what it's going to do. Every time we see the role swap come through, it always gets reverted. And
Well,
Kojo
Cajones played a whole season.
100?
Wow. For someone who won second best jungle last season, 100?
That absolutely boggles my mind. Like, that is an incredibly low amount for a player who has the talent that Kojonas does. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Kojo was a major force both in the SDL and in his RSL season. That's a steal. We were talking about Rosie being the steal of the draft. This one it contests it
It's a big
nicely.
contest. Bonsai Joe for 50. Bonsai is another person, he was a carry player at the start of the season, last season in the SDL, switched to jungle because Average needed a jungler and started fragging down there in the SDL. And so it looks like maybe Two Dog wants three junglers on his team as he's trying to pick up, as he might try and pick up, um,
No, I think this might have been just
Bonsai
to try
Joe
to
as
raise
well.
the price a little bit, but
Well,
if no one says anything, he's just gonna have to
I
take
don't.
that one and try to
I,
trade it later.
I don't think it was because Mark only has $100 to play around with. Oh,
Oh boy, well, there that is, and
it looks like Bonsai Joe coming out on the clock, and he's only going to be 100. There,
Two Dog has just gotten two players for 100, and
he's gotten two plays for 100, but I'm
kind
a
of
little
surprised he's doing it.
concerned because as far as I know, he's picked up three junglers, a solo laner, a carry, and two people who used to be carries.
I believe that
So he doesn't
says
have a
on the
lot of
draft.
role variety in his draft here. I'm gonna have to see how he ends up working out, like how that team ends up working out.
And he's down to only 250. So if he wants to try to replace any of these players, in the remaining draft, it's gonna be a little bit difficult outbidding anyone at this rate.
Yeah, I mean maybe that sub slot is gonna come in real nice for him, but we'll have to wait and see kind of how that ends up going.
Now
Um,
Dummy on the clock once again. This one is always pretty interesting to see how it goes. Will Dummy present someone he wants again?
I
Or is he
think at
gonna
this point, if
try
you're
to
dummy, now's the time. The second highest person has 350 left. I'm
well,
Magic. This is a player I don't recognize, so I think this is a player that Dummy Slick wants.
you know
Um,
what? I'm gonna be honest. Dummy talked to me a little bit ago. It was, but he mentioned he had this idea where he would like to just get a bunch of people that the league doesn't really know, and just see if he can make a team with them. Just see what he can do, get a good team out of that, and just give them some more exposure. So this
mhm,
might be exactly what he's doing. I wasn't sure if he's going to follow through with that plan, but
mhm.
it looks like he is living up to it with his bid for I'm Magic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Magic, a player I've never seen before, so you know, I think that you might be onto something there as he is he is kind of looks like the bidding has sort of stopped and he is going to be able to get him up. And I think a lot of other captains are going to be scared because maybe they haven't done enough research. Maybe they don't know what roles I'm Magic plays, and maybe they don't want to, they don't want to contest it. And if they end up getting I'm Magic, they don't want to feel like they're in a position. Well, oh crap, I don't have a solo laner, or I don't have this, I don't have this, because they might not have done enough research to figure out if I'm Magic has certain roles.
My question though is, if Dummy wants to go for these less known players where no one really has the information to bid against them, why wait so long? Why put everyone else up first instead of just going for those members?
I think he has a big person left in his pocket that he wants to grab. I think, especially now that he can just fill out the rest of his team with what he wants, because he has more than enough money. Mage Master D coming out on the board.
Sure,
Interesting. It
like
looks like
Supreme Warrior D.
Yes, that is Supreme Warrior D, who, if you
Okay.
do not know, is a old Reap player, from season 2, and I think he played a little bit in season 3 as well. Um, he's an old Reap player, a very strong mid laner. He has his own passive, which I can't say to this many people. I can't reveal it to everyone, but he does have his own passive that gets unlocked, and when it's unlocked, he's a very scary person to play against.
And it looks like some people are aware. They're trying to for him here. Zipzap putting that 50 down. That is all he has. But is it worth it for him to bid 350 for Mage Master D when he has longer time?
Yeah, I wonder what I so here's the thing. Dan has known he has not voiced his opinion. He says that he does not like this role, but he has been known to have a cracked support. I'm talking absolutely bonkers support. Um and that would make a lot of sense. We have seen Ares play in the solo lane. I've seen Dai play in the solo jungle, so maybe he plans on throwing Mage Master D in an interesting role. We'll just have to see. Maybe he plans on using him as a sub because he's pretty solid at quite a lot of roles. He puts a lot of time into every role in the game, um, and so maybe he plans on using him as a sub and wanted to lock him down. There's a few other things that are kind of running through my head there, but I think Zipzap might be in a position where he needs to fill a role, and it looks like finally coming up here,
Been
biggest
waiting for this
Ian
one.
is gonna be thrown down for Vile, and Vile is one of those players when the draft starts to come tight and you look at the carry list, like I need a solid carry. Vile's always there for you. He's got his arms wide open. Come give me a hug. I'll give you solid carry. I'm not gonna be the flashiest player. I'm not gonna be a dominant laner. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna show up to them team fights and I'm gonna perform. And this is
And
what
the
happens. It's why he always goes for a small amount of money is because, the draft gets late. People have already picked their carry players. They need a solid carry left over. Vile's right there.
yeah, the only people that can contest him either already have a full draft or just have an 80. There's no way he gets contested there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really nice pickup there. Well done from Fable, or Mark, or Ian, or
That's
whoever we
that's
want to call
Ian Mark is they're drafting for each other. Fable still he's got 50 left over. We'll have to see what he plans on doing with that 50. Oh
him.
wait, Mark is drafting for Fable. I thought he was drafting for Ian. I'm very confused. That's actually a great pickup for Fable. I was a little concerned on Ian because he still has some roles he needs to fill, but for Fable, that is an incredible pickup um, for him. So we'll have to kind of see how that ends up going.
Yeah. At this point, I don't think Dummy even needs his 1,000 that he has left.
No, he does
So
not.
I'm gonna expect to see maybe a little bit of. Well, no, he's not even gonna have to
Even
contest
if Two
anyone
Dog
on his
makes him
draft.
go to the maximum amount each time, he still will have 400 left over. So
And he
he
can't even
is
afford to try to bid up other people because as soon as they put down 50 or 100, that's it.
yeah. Um, so a little interesting. We'll see how that ends up going. Um, but um, well, yeah, we'll just kind of I don't know. I mean, maybe he's gonna be the new bargain bunch. It looks like Kama is on the clock. Um, so we'll have to see what he does. I'm very interested in what he does. As it directly affects my future.
Yeah,
uh,
that it does. But I would expect he's pretty happy with his team right now. Or maybe he'll try to throw up another wonky muff for Alex the First.
yeah, honestly, I think that would be a bad trade. I think I'm not even close to Alex the first level. So maybe don't do that one. uh, but hey, we'll have to see what happens. So
Ready for it.
getting ready for it.
Narwallaby 100.
Narwallaby for 100. That's a player I don't recognize. It looks like he is trying to lock down, some other players. I think we were in a little bit of role trouble because Juicy and Waddle are both junglers. And I think Bops is currently a mid laner. Um, so we'll have to kind of sort that role out. I don't think he had a solo laner, so it looks like he was trying to figure that out. In the draft.
And that 100 put down was very smart from Camel's House as well. It makes sure Rogue
Mm-hmm.
can't contest. It makes sure Ian can't contest. And the only two
Yes,
people left, they're not going to do it. And
insanely
he does
smart
drop Waddle.
pickup. Yeah. I mean, I think Waddle, little tough for him in this situation because there's not many jungle slots left to fill. But I mean, kind of Camo was also in a tricky situation where he drafted two of them, and
Yeah.
it's kind of you're kind of in a sticky situation when you end up doing that.
Yeah. I mean, you have to work around what you can. And at this point, unfortunately, Waddle is the unsuspecting casualty of the has to be dropped so that Kama can make the draft actually work for him. Because it's always hard to just make someone learn a new role. But good news is Waddle is back on the board, so maybe someone wants to pick him up. Maybe Dummy will put up for him.
Hey,
Who knows?
maybe Son of Two Dog wants some more junglers. You never know.
Are we gonna see? Are we gonna see a repeat of what was it?
Dr. Phil?
Dr. Phil.
Yeah. Four jungle players on a team. We'll see how it goes. Creating
There's.
Diego for peanuts. Um. Ooh,
I
interesting.
don't think. I don't think anyone's gonna get a successful for Dummy from Dummy, given the way he played this draft.
I don't know. I think that this is a possible one. I know that Dummy, you know. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. I'm gonna gain it back real quick. I know that Dummy has, talked about D-Glim a long time ago, not recently. So there is still that possibility of him accepting this trade, as well as it kind of sets the support role. D-Glim's a very I would say more passive support. He likes to peel a lot more than he likes to aggress. So if you're looking for people who want to keep, Alex the First Life, who he spent a lot of money on, I think Deeklim would be a solid choice for that. Especially with his top picks being Kepri and Ganesha.
Yeah, but trading to support the ADC, and he does go for it. He does.
Yeah,
You are correct.
he is gonna go for it. Just I still got it. Still got it. Still can call those out.
Average, who is drafting for Rogue, now has two ADCs, or perhaps they're sending Bracken into the mid lane, and they will have Kermit/Peanuts go ahead and do the ADC.
Yeah, I mean we'll have to see. I know Kermit played a few roles, so I don't know exactly what his role list is. We'll have to see kind of how that works out. I mean, especially scrims always at the beginning of the season are very interesting to see because teams are trying out roles, they're trying to figure out stuff. They don't know exactly what they want to do. Um, so they're gonna have to kind of work it out.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what they go for now as Zipzap is back up on the board trying to trade Mage Master D for Jaragon.
Honestly, if I'm Two Dog, this isn't a bad trade. You don't have a mid laner. I know you still trade away one of your roles. You lose your solo laner. I think, and for Zipzap on his end, he gets to reunite Jargon. Um, um, yeah, and it looks like they are going to accept the trade. He gets to reunite the Jargon and Die combo, which is something I am unbelievably excited to see in the RSL. I don't think this combination was like the Yuri dummy of the SDL. So I'm so excited to see how they translate into the RSL and how they do in the RSL. Especially because I play with them on an SLL team as well.
Oh yeah, so this is definitely going to be a very interesting development, and Two Dog he maybe gets to figure out his. He hasn't traded away a jungler, but he that can maybe feel different. Two Dog is in an odd position with his draft, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, Two Dog is in a strange position because now he has a lot of interesting players. I think Kojo would be great trade value, but also do you want to trade Kojo? Vibes seem to be good trade value because of how many captains were willing to put a lot of money for him on the list. So another one of those going in there. Hashira.
Hashira is going up for dummy now,
That
50, and
is, if you did not know, that is Tenjaru slash O'Brien. So a former teammate of
oh,
Dummies, um,
excellent.
going in on the board, and a super strong solo laner, which I think would greatly help out his draft.
I mean,
You know?
you saw Brian in the finals last season, and not the finals, but the semifinals last season, and he hadn't played a whole lot. But when he
Hmm.
showed up, the man showed up with like a fury. He was
Yes.
putting in some serious work. So this is an excellent pickup for Dummy. This is an excellent pickup for the draft. I'm actually surprised that he's gone this far without being picked up and only goes for 50.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the position of everyone else is they're kind of in a strange position. It doesn't make sense to. It's just wasting your time if you're voting against Dummy. I think it's in the exact same position that people were against Pete, where it just didn't make sense to spend the money because he just had more than you anyway.
Now Ian on the clock looking for his last match. Two other players. I'm sorry, one other player or captain who can still bid for their last slot.
Looks like he
Bonsai for
wants to
Cat is
trade
the trade request.
Bonsai Joe for Cat. I think that's an interesting trade. I think it's a great trade for Two Dog though, as he will be able to get a support, which is one of the roles he was missing. And he's kind of starting to get a list of things now. He has Vibe and Kojo, who I think could both be junglers, but maybe he can slot one of them into the solo lane as well. And it's starting to look like this role catastrophe is starting to get figured out.
Yeah, I mean if you pick up a bunch of players that people want, eventually they're gonna come towards you and try to get those away. And that's where
Mm-hmm.
you can start managing everything. That's where you can start really finding what you want. If they don't offer you what you want, well, when it comes to your turn, you can go ahead and offer that trade.
And it
And he
looks
goes for
like
it.
that
For
trade
sure.
is going to end up being accepted. I think this is a good trade all around, realistically. I think it helps the fact that it looked like Big Ian had two supports and Two Dog had none. And so they shared the wealth a little bit um, and kind of turned that around.
There you go. That's how you get things done in the draft. A lot of trades coming through on this RSL draft, and
Mm-hmm.
it's always nice to see like the SDL was very much a lot of bidding. Every trade that got put forward was denied. Over here, captains know what they want.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to trade around and pick people up to force those trades. I think it's very interesting, and it just makes me wonder what is the upper division draft going to look like. Two Dog passes his nomination, and we're going to see what else is in store
Yeah.
for us. I believe
I've
Ian
got to
and
say,
Dummy are the only ones who can nominate now.
it looks like Two Dog is looking for a solo laner, and I hate having to be the person to hold my tongue because I see such an obvious choice for him still left on this board. Yeah, I mean, just all I'm gonna say, I'll just hint at it. I'll give a little hint.
At top in the
14.0. That's my hint. If you know, you know. Um, But I mean, there's still so many like crazy cracked players still on here. Narcos is still on the board. There's who's been cracked for forever. Waddle XP's back on the board. He was very strong in the SDL coming out. And there is the player I was talking about, Nocturnalic 14.0 KDA in the SDL. Absolutely insane player. Very surprised that it took this long to get him on here, but that is a great way for it looks like Fable. Wait, is Mark drafting for two people?
Um,
Because that one was for Big Ian. Okay, it looks like Mark is
it looks
drafting
like he is.
for him and
It
Uncle
looks like
Fable.
that
So
one's for Ian.
yeah, okay, so that one's for Big Ian, which means that Nocturnalic is going to be a great way to round out that roster. They needed a solo laner, presumably. Um, I'm gonna assume that Tele, Carry, Bonsai Joe, um, Jungle, Eagle Woman mid, Ross support, and knocked solo. I think that's a great way to round out that squad. And kind of crazy how he had, how knocked stayed for that long on the board. But it looks like we're going to go to dummy, and I'm excited to see because I probably am going to have no clue who the person is that he picks.
Call me Nomad.
Call me Nomad. That is someone I actually do recognize, though.
Another solo is what that is.
Yeah, I think he might be looking to put Tenjaru in the mid lane then. Or not the mid lane, the jungle. And it looks like Two Dog also bidding him up a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, good luck with that one, my friend.
Give him the L's. Give him the L's. Give him the L's. Where is it? Oh no.
Wow, no one's giving
There we
the
go.
L's.
I got it. I got us covered, boys. I got us covered. I got us covered.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well go for it, I guess. But
oh, your new teammate's coming up. All right, let's see. Let's see. He's got the Goose, Guardian Wolf Soul, Zypha, or Left Click Go Burr. Also, coming up on the board. Very strong pickup. Has had a little bit of a drought in terms of getting picked up in the past seasons. Excited to see how that ends up. Kind of going out. Has had a struggle trying to get into the RSL. It looks like Fable is going to pick up Waddle.
Waddle still.
There we go. He still gets in. He'll be able to join a very strong squad of Domim, Omni-based, ABC, Vile, and Waddle. That is a power squadron, if I say so myself. And that'll be the last pick of the normal picks. We'll have our sub round now, kind of going through there, and I think this is where Son of Two Dog might actually be picking up a starter here because he's still got two jungles. He's still got two jungles. I mean, looking at solos, there's not many left over though.
There is Papa Nike on the board.
Fashioning Dolphin. I don't know how you say that. Fascine Dolphin. One solo. Poppin' Nike has played some solo. I don't know where he's currently at on that. Average is gonna pick up Chris Poo. I like the name. I don't recognize what I know him from, but he is a player that has been around at least a little bit. Kind of going back around. There's not, these subs are going to get a little bit tricky and a little bit tight. And yep, Kama is coming up, and I'm interested to see what he ends up picking up in his sub slot here. I'm kind of curious. I don't really have any idea of what's going on. I don't even know who Narwallaby is, so I'm interested to meet him as well. So maybe he picks up someone I don't even know. So we'll kind of see how that goes. And I just realized I was on the sheet the entire time instead of the Discord because I was looking at the wrong screen on OBS. So sorry about that, fellas. And we'll kind of see who he's going up here. He's thinking quite a long time about this. Maybe I should check DMs real quick.
There are a lot of options still open here, so there's any number of things that they could. Or Arc 5. I'm surprised Spartan is still there.
Yeah, Spartan's an interesting one, there he is. Spartan, just an overall incredible sub to have. He's got a jungle, he's got a mid, he's got pretty much everything, at least a little bit of everything in there. So an incredible just sub to have, and also strong player if he's not a sub. I don't know. We'll find out. Uncle Fable also are now up on the clock, and
there's Narcos.
He'd be looking up Narcos. That is, surprised that he made it all the way to the sub round, but an extremely cracked player, and I'm excited to see him finally, after probably seasons of him deserving to make it there in the RSL.
Well, if you recall, he did start in the.
Before the SDL existed.
Correct.
So yes, in season 1, he was technically an RSL player. Oh, it looks like your sub, Matnar96, another carry player that played on Slime Games' team last season before it ended up kind of imploding on itself. I guess I don't really know another way to say that, but they all decided to, yeah. Zip Zap up, picking up his sub, and what is he gonna go for? I don't know. He's got a strong team. I really like Zip Zap's team.
Papa Nike is still on the board, and that's one that keeps pulling my eye. I've said Arcvice before already, of course.
My Lanston's on the board. Um, we still got who
Sausage
else?
is actually still on the board as well, and that's
Sausage on the board. That's an OG
a way to
Reap
go for.
pickup. I don't know if Zip Zap's been around long enough to know Sausage.
I believe so.
There's
I think would actually be a very good pickup.
a lot of the other people are also new. Call Me Squatch is still around. There's a lot of people still on the board and still available to be picked up, and he is gonna get Poopin' Nike, as he is so rightfully called, Poopin' Nike. Um, yeah, and that's gonna be Zip Zap's pickup. We're gonna go into Dummy Slicks pickup next, and honestly, we're getting towards the point to where there's so few people, you might just have to take a chance on someone you might not know.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the point we're at right now. It is the subs, so it's always good to maybe pick one of those up. You'll be able to work with them, get some synergies, find out what they do. Dummy going for Dylan, in
That's
fact,
someone
and
I don't recognize, and I think maybe he knows Dylan, or maybe there's something there that I don't know about. I mean, I'll just have to wait and see, because that's someone I have no clue who I recognize. We're getting closer to the one I'm most anticipating, but before we get there, we have Biggest Ian's pickup, and he's gonna
it's
pick up
Sausage.
Sausage, who stayed there for honestly too long in my opinion. Um, but he is finally gonna be there, and Two Dog up next, which is my most anticipated one because he might have to pick a starter up here. He hasn't, unless Kojo or Vibe has a solo lane that I don't know about, or so there's some roles that I don't know about on this team. I think he might have to pick up his solo laner in the sub slot as the very last pick.
Yeah, I mean, he's got plenty of options here. I'd say. I mean, well, I mean, there's so many names there. There has, and you look at this team he has right now. He might honestly have some issues
Ooh, Coolest
just
Raven.
swapping him out.
I think that is a very strong safe pick. Coolest Raven, literally, when he was in the SDL, was just picking up random. He was just playing each role, and he would just beat whoever he was against. He would destroy them in lane, and then he would go to the next person and destroy them in lane. So I think if you really need to fill out some roles, Coolest Raven is the pick to do it. I really like that pickup from him. And that's gonna be the end of the RSL draft.
There you have it. You have your teams for the RSL and the SDL now locked in. Of course, things can always change as the season. Nothing is ever set in stone. But looking at them, I have to say, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting season, a very competitive one.
Yeah, I'm very excited to play and kind of see how the season progresses. Spooky, you will not be joining us on the next one, unfortunately. Got any last words you want to say or anything like that before you head out?
Just that Kama's team sucks and.
Well, it's a good thing you got cut out there at the last bit because that is going to be all from us from the RSL draft. Don't go anywhere though. Don't watch SWC. Maybe for a little bit. You can watch SWC for a little bit, but make sure you are back in time for the Reap Upper Leagues draft, as that's going to be the first one ever, and you're going to see some familiar faces from a long time ago during it. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Reap Smite League Season 6 Draft Show. Spooky Mars is gone. We've upgraded. We've got someone even better. We've got Big Ian. Big Ian. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We don't have Big Ian. I'm so sorry. We have
Unfortunately.
Eon. Eon.
Yeah,
We
we
have Eon coming in. I would ask how you feel, but I feel like I already know.
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, as Muffin just alluded to, we cannot afford Big In, but you guys got me instead. Really excited to host this, and let us start spinning the wheel and see how the order goes. And first up, we have Two Dog going to be picking first today.
Two Dog
That's
coming up with the first draft pick. And unfortunately, because of how OBS works, I literally have to transition it every time or it won't make sense. So we're going to have to do that every single time to have that little animation play. But Two Dog coming up with the first pick here. I think, he was the first pick in the last draft as well, right?
Let's see. Yeah, it seems like he's actually rigging the draft. We
Yeah,
should
I
need to
think it's
investigate
it's
this
it's
afterwards.
probably
Yeah.
him and not me for sure. Rogue
Hmm.
Pie getting the second pick of the draft, kind of easing it in a little nicely.
Calling Taz, calling Taz, calling Taz.
Well, you're gonna be a little
Nope,
wrong there because it's slime.
barely.
You want to bet $5 on who the next one will be?
Sure. I'm calling Taz. I'm going to
All right, I'm gonna
Taz.
call Jimbo Juice.
I'm calling Taz, baby. Come on,
All
money's on the
right,
dock. Money's on the
all
dock.
right. Oh,
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 that's
let's
rigged. That is
let's
just rigged.
go. I got Jimbo Juice.
See, Muffy
Uh,
just confirmed that he is rigging the wheel. All right.
Yeah, definitely. I give the captains. I like the picks that they want, and they DM me beforehand.
Hmm.
Which picks they want, and Two Dog for some reason wants the first pick. But up next will be Big Ian, and Taz will round it out. Um, as our last pick. So real quick, we'll give you one last look of the draft order. Um, kind of going in there, and how do you think that this is gonna? I don't think that the draft order will really affect the draft that much. Two Dog leading again, I think, is good for him. I think he wants to be in front because he likes to throw out picks that he might not take himself. So I think it's a good thing for him to pick up front. He might change the strategy up. Maybe some RUL captains are watching and paying attention. We know for sure that Rogue Pie and Big Ian were there, or whoever's drafting for him were there. So maybe they're looking to copy, what's going up there. But I think we've given them enough time to look at the draft order. We're gonna move on to the actual draft and kind of sit here a little bit and wait for them to get a little started on how it's going. Actually, real quick, we can check out something else real quick. We can check out a little bit of some of the player list here and talk about who's gonna be here while we wait for them to get situated and sorted. You're gonna see a lot of familiar names if you're looking at this list. Skills, Crucifix, Sam Howell maybe going for the 3 time. Um,
Listen, you
oh, it
cannot
looks like
draft Sam Howell. If someone knows the true Sam Howell passive, he has to go and draft it. If a captain truly wants to pick him up, they will wait for it.
Looks like we're going to get right into it. And Nico Master on the
Please,
board, already
please.
250. Someone tried to just drop 500. You can't do that.
Oh my,
You got
that
to
is
wait a
way
little
too far.
bit.
You have to get, you can
But
only go by increments of 50 and 100. But Nico Master is definitely a play that is worth the 500. He
I
is just,
agree
yeah,
100%. A very, very strong carry player. And, I would not be surprised if I saw him go for a large sum of money. Just because, of how he performed in the RSL last season. And, you think you're going to see a lot of that similar performance in the RUL this season.
that is definitely true. And it seems to be stagnated in 550, if I'm not mistaken. That is quite low for a first pick. And yes, Jimbo Juice does walk away with Nico Master for only 550. That is not the best steal,
I
but
think
it is a
that's
really good steal for Nico. That's a
I
really,
think
really good steal
I
for
think that's
Nico.
about I think that's on the edge of a steal. I
Yeah,
don't think you can really call it a steal, but I think it's a great value pickup. I think getting Nico for 550 is like, yeah, that's fair. That's good. I got a good pick. I got what I wanted. Um and I think you can kind of say like that honestly, really good way to start off the draft, especially, if you're Jimbo Juice.
That is definitely true. And now it's going to be, I already forgot the order already, but next coming up, there's a lot of like in these early stages, you want to put out those big names early in front so that you
Hmm.
can just get everyone to waste their money so you can walk away with the players you actually want. And now it's going to be Rook. Oh, no. Who's this
Oh,
guy?
he's
Who's
here.
this guy?
Eon for 100.
Who's this guy?
At least they can get your name right. We see Eon already at 300. 400. It looks like a lot of people want you to be on the team. 500 already. 550. Will you go for the same as Nico? No, you will go for 600. 650 already. Or keep going up. 700. Will we climb the ladder? Will we keep going higher? 750. 800. Any more? Any more takers?
He's going to do it.
Are they going to do
Not
it?
worth that much.
850, 900! Woo! So, did you know that in the last draft where you weren't captain, you went for 150?
I sure did.
How do you
I sure
feel
did.
about the 4 times price increase on you there?
Um, a lot of pressure, and I just hope that I can live up to the whole value of 2.3 players. I think it's what it was.
It's a little less than that, but still above 2 players. I believe. Oh, you're about right actually.
Not that, yeah.
2.25.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, I'm excited to see how that goes. Rogue Pie is going to be in a little bit of a tricky situation, filling out the rest of his draft. He's going to probably have to wait up for a little while to kind of knock out the rest of his picks. But we're going to see Slime up on the clock. And if you know Slime, if you've seen him from previous seasons, I think you're going to have a pretty good idea of who he wants to draft on his team.
Speaking of those people, I see. I was expecting Slimy to walk into the season, wanted to recreate the OG Monkey business
Hmm.
from last season, but Undone Survivor was not on that team.
Hmm.
So it is already a new player that he's looking to pick up, and I've not seen much of the Undone Survivor. I think he did play in showcase games and had a strong performance, but he seems to be stagnated at a good, very, very good 200 value, and it seems like Slimy is actually going to get away with getting a low value player right off the bat.
Yeah, I think
Low
that's how
worst
you want to
player.
start off the
Yeah,
draft
yeah.
is you want to pick up someone for pretty cheap because it lets you have a slot already filled out and it lets you have a lot of money to spend on another one. If you're going based on averages, he now has an extra 200 to spend on another player and that's really powerful when it comes to playing the politics of the draft.
That is definitely true. And right now we've gone through this, and now we're going to go into the next person. There's a lot of big names up on the boards, big names up for grabs. Hopefully, not any more 900s, because as much of a big event it is, it puts your team at a huge deficit because you end up not having many banana bucks left to spend on any legal players you might want.
Yeah,
And unfortunately, oh, okay, this is back to Jimbo Juice. I just want to say that, like, at this level of play, Ariel being an upper division, one man cannot make a team.
mhm.
And
Uh-oh.
oh, uh oh, uh
Uh-oh.
oh, uh oh,
I think we're about
what
to
has he
see
done?
a disaster happen.
Uh oh.
He's going to get drafted, Ian. There's
That means he
nothing we can
cannot
do
win.
about it now.
That means he cannot win.
The is curse. No.
The prophecy.
No, he
Oh,
has to go undrafted and then picked up mid-season. You got it,
oh,
you fools.
they're going against the script.
You
They're going against the
fools.
script.
Oh
Has a Jimbo
no.
Juice on this board, getting somehow up quite a bit to 650 already. 700.
I mean, William Drip Foe
750.
is willing to spend over half of
800.
his remaining banana dollars to close out this pick. And is Taz willing to go
Oh,
900? Taz will go for 900 as he wants a
oh.
winner. I mean, oh
Wait a
oh
minute. I
he
don't think
can't.
that's
Yeah,
that's
no,
not
he
that's
can't do
legal. That's not legal.
that.
Yeah.
He can't. I wish. 1,000 is more than 900. I thought it is a little more.
Maybe we should have allowed him. Oh, I'm just gonna DM him real
I think we
quick.
should have let him just see how much
Yeah.
he'd be willing to spend on
I'm only for
spend
Sam
on him.
Howell though. Only Sam gets
How
that.
much, how much more is he willing to spend on him? Um,
Jeez.
but yeah, Sam Howell going all the way for 900. Two 900s already. I mean, that's more than the first 2 drafts had 2 900s total. We've already seen 2 900s in the RUL.
It is definitely interesting to see just like these big bucks going at thrown everywhere, and maybe we'll see even more because, as I said before, there's a lot of good. Oh,
Ooh,
oh,
Cowboy J.
it's our dear admin returning to Smite, going for 100 already.
Now, team
Pr-
captains, I'd be wary. He's a little washed up, so you might not want to spend too much money on him. But if you can get him for a great value, I'd go for it because he was a strong support back in his glory days.
He's going up to 250 right now and seems to stagnate around 250. It seems like Sonatudok is going to walk away with the pickup of Jay, which gives his team the biggest boost of all, the admin diff.
Yeah, it's true. He does get
Oh,
admin diff. Oh, looks like Taz
uh-oh.
is like, no, no, no. If I'm getting Sampal, I need some admin diff. Because because he is willing to spend a little bit more on him there. Jay going for possibly 300 here. We'll have to wait and find out if that's what's gonna end up being.
And it seems to be the end result. Jay going for 300 to Taz's team. So Taz and no, not sorry. Sam Howell and Jay, two players that I would not ever expect to be on the same team together, are on the same team together, and that's the magic of a draft league.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean that's
okay.
kind of the beauty of it is getting to see people you. I mean, I don't think Sam Howell and Jay would have normally like been like, hey, you want to start an AGL team together? I don't think that interaction probably would have happened. So that's kind of the magic of draft leagues is
Definitely.
seeing people who don't normally play together.
Yes, and now Taz is on the clock, and we're gonna see who he's going to be nominating for the pickup here. Still pretty early on the draft board. People still have a lot of money. A lot of teams don't even have a single player, and this could be anyone. It could be Dummy Slick,
Dummy Slick.
last season
Now,
MVP.
last season MVP, Slime Games
10.
throwing 10. But yeah, I think he's wanting to transition to mid lane this season, but he said he would jungle if needed. So kind of have that balance there, but it looks like a lot of teams are willing to put a lot of money down on him, and I don't blame him. Dummy is a very strong player, and Jimbo Juice looking like he wants to get in on that action as well.
Already up on 750. That is a magic
Oh
number.
no,
Ian secures Dummy Slick and seems like
yeah, I
is he
think
going to go
Ian is
for
Ian
it?
gonna go for the 900 or was it?
Is Dummy having the repeat of double 900s with
Oh, looks
Jimbo?
like Jimbo is going to take it.
Is that
Jimbo
his second
Juice.
900?
That is the third 900.
Oh wait, wait.
Sam
The other
Howell,
900 was okay.
yourself,
Hmm.
and now Dummy Slick. So we've already surpassed all the other drafts, both RSL and SDL in 900s. Which I mean, these captains are rapid fire throwing away their money. I mean, they're just trying to get the best players they can as fast as they can, and they don't care if they have to sacrifice their ability to get some more well-rounded players towards the end.
That is definitely true. It seems like people are just trying to get these big names out of the way because, even if it's like upper division, being the previous season MVP still gives you a name, and most
Hmm.
captains do recognize your name, so you're gonna go for a
Hmm.
lot. Even if if you're transferring a new role, you're still gonna have like a big
Yeah.
name behind you. And now Taz on the clock, and it's Zixus coming up quite early because I saw his name pop up in the free agent promotional, and he kept complaining that he would not get drafted. Well, here we go. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to him. If you're generally a lot of the players in this league, it's going to be pretty split up 50-50 between familiar faces and new people coming in here just because now diamond players are allowed to enter this division and kind of join in. So a lot of people who've been diamond for a long time are now finally starting to come into the Reap community, and Zix is one of those players who's gonna be able to come in here, and it looks like he is gonna go to Son of Two Dog for 100.
That is definitely a really good pickup considering that Zix is a pretty good jungler and a soul laner that can go to both roles, and getting him for 100 is a pretty darn good deal if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Being able to go through and kind of get players up for cheap. Um we saw Slime Games be able to do that with Undone. So kind of getting cheap players early is a great way to ensure that you can get great players late in the draft.
That is definitely true. And now excited to see who gets put up later, and it's back on Ian, if I'm not mistaken, because Mark is right for Ian, and it is Uncle Fable being put up for 50.
Yeah, honestly, no surprise. Fable last season was one of the most underrated solo laners in the entire division, and so I'm not surprised to see him kind of come up here. And it looks like the bidding is slow, but it's starting to pick up on him. Some captains that have done their research, dog trying to go for 450, but he can't. Have to move it down to 400. Some of the captains that have done their research are really going to want to put a lot of money into him.
And it's already going up for 450 into Rogue Pie's team. Now going up to 500. Already been a lot, and I would like to point out that Fable is not only a solo laner, he can also play mid and ADC. So he's a bit of a flexible player as well. Whether you want to put him as a sub or like a starter, and it seems like he's going to be ending up in Son of Two Dog's team for 500, which I think is a very, very fair price for a player as flexible and as good as Fable. And yes, he does go to Two Dog for 500.
See, that's something that surprises me about the earlier Nico pickup being so
Mhm.
cheap, is because now that I realize it, there's a drought of carries in the RUL.
That is
There
that is
is
true.
there's a very small list of carry players in the RUL, and not every team is going to get a carry made.
Yes, I think this season
S-
might see the debut of the dreaded Eon ADC as if things end up going
I
that
hope
way.
not. He paid 900 for you. I don't want.
Yes, that's how I get myself kicked out of a team, you know? Oh, okay, it is Crow going for 50. Crow, Evelian,
mhm,
solid solo jungle. Definitely can put in work.
mhm.
Going up for 200 right now in a battle, and I think William Drippo still has money to spend and go for 250 to Rogue Pie's team. And seems to be stagnated around this area. It seems like he's going to end up. Oh, no, am I going up to 300 right now? But it's going to go higher or lower. We're going
Yeah,
to find out.
Jimbo Juice doesn't have a lot of extra cash to play around with. He's only got about 550 left over. So when he's spending money, he's got to be very careful because he's got 2 slots left to fill out. So we'll have to see kind of what he's able to accomplish with that kind of money.
That is definitely true. And he seems to be, and it seems like 400 seems to be the end mark for Crow. Waiting, Shadows typing, and it does
Yeah.
stop. And Jimbo Juice gets Crow.
Yeah, it looks like Jimbo Juice getting Crow. I think that's a solid pickup. I think 400
Mhm.
for Crow is a fair price to pay. As well as, he's still got 150 left over, so it's going to be a while before it participates, but he will still be able to get someone at least pretty solid when the draft starts to come towards a close,
That is
towards the
definitely
end of the
true.
draft.
All right, that is Crow gone. That is Ziggs is gone. Um, okay. So you said we had to drought our carry players. Which one of the other carry players that are still up that could be drafted that has the potential to shake up everyone's, I guess, money? Because,
Um, I'm looking at this list, and there's
ooh, Twisted going from 50 to
ooh
100,
Twisted Fate already
up
going
to
up. It looks like
200,
a lot of people want him
250,
250, 300.
300.
I'm not surprised. He has a lot. He's a few people that he's worked with quite a lot over in here. 400 already, 450.
450.
He's been a coach to a lot of these players drafting and bidding on him. So I would not be surprised to see him go for quite a lot of money. Slime Games has him up at 450. And I think that's a very strong and fair price if that's what he gets him for.
A very solid jungler and definitely a good addition to your team. He has a lot of game knowledge as well and can help your team improve, not just in a sense that being a good player on it, but can also help his team. He has a good shot caller in fights and also in objectives, and that can impact a lot of team because when it comes to team building, you don't want to have a team that is just, all, I guess, every team needs to have a decent shot caller, and being able to secure someone like Twisted who can do that is really important for a good team, I
Hmm.
feel.
Yeah, I agree
But
with you. Average coming back up on the clock, drafting for the Rogue Empire. We'll see kind of who he wants to slot with you next.
I
Um,
am, oh,
the Light.
delight.
Ooh, Light is an
Okay.
insane player. Very good. He may have only been gold, but due to him kind of playing some off-roll stuff, he was Plat one very high MMR, so he's kind of a very strong player, um, which is fair for him to go for 450. You know, he's been upper division in a lot of other leagues as well. So 450, you know, possibly even higher. Looks like 550.
550.
Ooh, looks like he wanted to lock out some of the people who were trying to draft on it. 550 showing that he really wants this pick.
Definitely. And it seems like Tulak is going to end up walking away with it because the typing has stopped. And 550 for Delight. I've heard really, really good things about him to the point where he had to immediately get moved up after being put in RSL, if I'm not mistaken. So
Mm-hmm.
definitely a very strong player and is going to end up going to Two Dogs team. That is exciting. I am really looking forward to seeing Delight in action within this league as well and seeing what he can bring to Two Dogs team, who is a really good mid laner, and having that mid jungle synergy built up over the time is going to be crucial to winning a lot of those early fights and early rotations. All right. Next up, we are going to have a person that I do not know because I'm not paying attention to the order. But I would like to see some carry players getting put up because I feel like it's either going to be none of the carriers are going to draft until the very last round, or there's just going to be a big war between in order to secure only the few carry mains left, and it is Nick 333 getting put up next.
Yeah, not surprised. I think most people are gonna know that Slime Games really wants this pickup. So yeah, 150 up, and you know this is someone that was on that original Monkey Business team, an insanely good mid laner, and Slime Games has some money to spend around. He's gonna try and pick him up and around, but Two Dog looking like he also wants to either bid him up or get him to pay or get him for himself. You know, it could round out his roster, but it looks like he is he is going to not
Take
be able
the
to bid
L.
anymore. Um, I know they're putting L's in chat from, but I don't know if that was an L.
Honestly, I think that was a bit of a W because
I
Two
think he
Dog
just
is
got.
a mid player.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think he wanted Nick. Two Dog
yeah.
himself is probably going to be playing mid. Um, and I think Slime Games might have just been forced to spend $500 on someone he should have gotten for way cheaper.
Yeah, Tulak definitely played the draft game of making your opponents pay more for players you know they're gonna draft. Like
Mm-hmm.
Slimy's gonna draft Snake, Slimy's gonna draft a few other people that I'm not gonna spoil right now, and putting those up and putting those people higher is going to be crucial in order to making sure that he doesn't end up walking away with a player that he might want and not, tell anyone or not be like, I guess, know that he wants that player. Oh, there we go. That's his plan. Yeah, he's just putting up the OG Monkey Business players.
Yeah, and I mean that's a fair thing to do. I think he's gonna try and bid him up again and basically say you're gonna have to spend a lot of money to get these players you want. And I think other players are gonna start joining in on it. Um, you know, Average seems to also want to get in there and make him spend a lot of money so he's not able to get his full team.
And seems to be keeping up the game right now. Slimy being already forced to put up all the way up to 500. And I think yet again he's gonna have to stop at 500 because Two Dog. I'm gonna be honest. If Two Dog had more banana bucks remaining, he would have put this stuff up way higher. But unfortunately, he has to take the L or the W at 450. And it
I
seems
don't
like,
think these are L's. I think these are calculated plans from Two Dog, making him spend more money than he should on picks. You know, now
yep,
he's going to be left with 250. You know, I mean, let's take a look at it real quick, and he's gonna have to find out what he does. You know, with 250 left over. Um, you know, while the rest of a lot of other people, Big Ian still hasn't put up a player yet. You know,
just
Big
not.
Ian's 1600 still hasn't put up a player. Rogue Pie is still got a lot of money left to spend 1100, and this is really good if if you are a Rogue Pie because you just spent 900, and a lot of people are down a lot of money. You know,
That is definitely true.
the draft is going to get a lot cheaper just because Son of Two Dog can spend 450 and then he's done, and then Taz is going to spend a little bit of money. Taz has got a lot of slots to fill, so he can't spend a ton of money. So we're gonna start to see. I think we're gonna start to see Rogue Pie start to make some moves, to try and get some players, and
Getting
we'll kind of
cocky for
move on.
50.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna end up putting up Getting Cocky on the board. for 50, and this
A
is
rare gem, a carry player in
yeah,
RUL,
a
truly.
rare gem. So I'm extremely surprised it's sitting at 50 right now, considering some people aren't gonna get a carry.
And it seems to just be a 50 steal. That is
Yeah,
actually, I
that's
think
a,
that's a
that's a great pickup for him right there. Um,
being, yeah, being able to secure and also get a carry, like being able to secure that carry player for such a cheap amount of money
mhm,
is just incredible for Ropai, I think, because now he gets to walk away knowing that he is going to have a carry player at the end of his draft. He doesn't have to send anyone to go off roll. And
uh-huh.
unfortunately, we're not going to get Ian ADC this season. Maybe the next one. Maybe the next one.
I actually disagree. I think that's fortunately we are not going to be able to see Eon ADC this season. Um, so we'll kind of have to see how that ends up how that ends up going. There's a few other slime is on the clock, and we know what he wants, but we'll have to see if he puts it up on the board. I'm a little curious to see what his plan is. I wonder if anyone would actually even take it from him.
We're going to see. There are still a few players that we know he is going to go for. And is he going to just try to get those guys out as quickly as possible before other players put him up? Or is he just going to try to put some more big names up just so they can like
Hmm.
make other people fight for him? Oh, and he passes.
Yeah, it looks like he's
Oh,
gonna try and just move on, play his own game, play to himself, kind of wait out the draft and see what happens.
that is definitely true. And we're slowly getting into that mid stage of the draft where some captains are kind of really low on their money. Well, on the other hand, we have some captains that still have all, and I do mean all of their money left.
Yeah, do you think Jimbo Juice is gonna get anyone here for 150?
Um, let's see. Maybe, maybe he has some. Maybe he scouted the entire player base in order to find that one person that is unknown. But that's not an unknown name. That is a very known name.
Yeah,
Kitslim going for 100.
that's a well-known name, a returning
Yeah.
player from season. I guess season. Did he play season 4? I think
I
he
think
played a
he
little
played
bit of season
for
4.
and then at Diamond.
And then hit Diamond. Season 3 he played in as well. Season 2 and season 1. He's actually quite a veteran of the league. Um, played a long time, had to take a break because he hit Diamond, and couldn't play in normal RSL games anymore.
Yep, and he seems to be. He might walk away with. You kind of were right. He's getting a known player for cheap. Seems. Oh wait, a lot of people typing, and they're late.
Yeah, it
They
looks like they
cannot.
seem to be late. He is going to be able to get Kid Slim for 150, and he's done. He waits for the sub round, and then he's already spent his money. He's got his players. He's waiting for the sub round now.
That is definitely true. At this point, from now on, he cannot spend any more. He has to hope that the players he actually wants don't end up getting drafted. And hey, maybe they won't. Maybe, as I said before, he has some unknown players that he knows he will
Mhm.
get because no one's gonna go for them.
Yeah, I mean,
So yeah.
maybe he's got a secret stinker in the sub slot. You never know how we're gonna go. Big Ian still has all his money. Is up to bat. It's his turn to it's his turn to find someone to put up there. I'm not sure if he's gonna take the chance yet or if he's gonna still wait because he's gonna have another pick coming up real soon right after.
That is definitely true. I am just kind of curious. I do have a bit of an idea about Big Ian's draft board. I know one player that he's definitely going to go for, and I think he's trying to make it so that like he can, I guess, avoid picking him as much as possible, so that other captains are out of money. And
Mm-hmm.
oh, there he is. There's that player. There's that player that I was talking about. Rogue.
Rogue is a player that we all know that Big Ian really wants to pick up. Um, he's got a lot of money left, so I think now's the time to do it. A lot of players have spent a lot of money on him, and Rogue being a very strong player himself, very capable. One of the few players who can play carry, that's a big deal here. So we're starting to see people, I guess, recognize that and start to bid him up.
That is definitely true. Not just carry, but Rogue, I think, from what I know, is an incredibly flexible player, able to play four roles, all roles except supports, and him only go for 200 is rather bizarre because I think he's worth much, much more. Even if you don't consider him to be the best of his roles, that the flexibility just allows in team building is just irreversible, and he seems to be going for 200 towards Big Ian, which I think is going to be amazing for him because he gets to have the one player
Um,
that everyone knew he wanted for so cheap.
he literally like flat out said he was willing to spend 900 on this player. So the fact that people let him get away with it for only 200, I don't
That's just
know. I mean, that seems
he
a little
got away with it.
strange. He got away
He
with
got
it.
away with it. He
He
played us
done
like a
did.
he played us like a fiddle, and he got away with it.
Mm-hmm.
Not us. I mean, technically
Oh,
us,
yeah,
because
he
we
didn't
did write
blame
the
me. I
script.
mean,
But you wrote the script, didn't you?
no, because Sam Howell got drafted. He was supposed to go undrafted and join the team that needed him the most.
You're right. You're right. I mean, you never know. He might just get dropped on the first day and just go to a different team. Anyways, it's Taz's turn, and he does pass his pickup, which is kind of strange because Taz, I think,
He's got
between these
only
four
400
players.
left, but the problem is that he also has another pickup right now. Um,
Okay,
because
interesting.
it's him twice in a row.
Hmm.
So I mean, is he gonna pass both? Oh, he's gonna end up throwing up
Oh!
Noah up at the board. He's not gonna pass both.
Oh my God. All
Oh
right.
my, that's actually a
So
pro gamer move right there. Um,
Noah is a
Noah,
really good jungler, fun person, amazing person to have around. Definitely, I have a soft spot for him because he was the person that spent that 150 on me all the way back in season 4. And I'm never gonna forget that. And he seems to be going for 150 to
maybe
Taz's team.
maybe reminiscent of the past there. You never
Really
know. Noah getting drafted for 150 possibly. It
seems
looks
to
like that is
be.
going to be it. He's going to go for 150 and I think that that's a really good purchase. Noah for 150 seems to be like a solid purchase.
I think at this, like, I mean, in general, any player that goes under 400 is a good, like, a better value because the 400 is
Mhm.
the base cost for any player. So if you
Yeah.
go under it, that means you're getting like good, getting value
Mhm.
out of it. But if you're able to get a good player for under 400, that's like, oh, you're just winning the game at that point.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, I agree with you 100%. Getting players for cheap right now is the move to go, and it's kind of what you want to end up doing. Mark on the clock. Do you think he's gonna make another move, or will he just kind of sit out and wait a little bit longer to make some more?
Boy, greatness for 50.
Void Greatness I have seen in quite a few other servers. I've heard some great things about him. I've never watched him play though, so I can't give much of my own commentary on him.
Interesting. I have not heard much about him either, other than the fact that I think he has a Dragon Ball Z profile picture on Discord, which I would greatly appreciate, which means he is a certified gamer. And I think for being such an unknown player, going for hundreds to Two Dogs team is very interesting. So I think there are two possibilities here. Either Two Dog knew who Boy Greatness was and
Mm.
wanted to pick him up for himself, or he was trying to raise up the price for Big Ian, but ended up getting the short end of the stick and ended up drafting someone that he didn't know much
Look,
about.
if what I saw from the last draft is anything to go by, Two Dog he likes to get his players and then he likes to sort out his issues. So
Hmm.
we're gonna see what ends up happening if he starts picking up some people, dropping some people because he needs to move some people around, and some other things. We're gonna have to wait and see kind of what goes down there. And Slime Game's up next. You think he's gonna pass again, or will he continue or try to put up?
There he
Looks like he is
is.
gonna go for it. Amza up for 50. I think now's the time. There's only really two people who want to get rid of it. Do you
Yep.
think? I think he's gonna be able to get away with getting Amza there for 250.
Much better than the last two pickups he had. A lot cheaper than 500, which kind of offsets the cost of the other two players he wanted to
Mm.
pick up being a little bit expensive. But
I don't think anyone would have taken Amza away from him anyway. I think he probably would have been able to get that pick anyway. I don't think it makes sense to pick a player you know isn't gonna want to play for you.
yes, that is
Um,
definitely true.
so and Amza is only gonna want to play on Slime's team, so it kind of
Yeah.
kind of doesn't really make a bunch of sense to steal the pick away from him. So it does make sense that he did get it for 250.
And I think that is a that's a decent value for someone that you want to pick up. And now we're back to average slash Rogue Pie on the Rogue Corporations, which apparently I'm now an employee of. And we're gonna see who he's going to put up now. If he's gonna put up someone he wants to pick up, or he's gonna put up someone for baits. You never know.
I
And
think it's too risky to put up bait now.
that is
I think with the fact that there's only three people
ooh.
bidding, I think it's a little too risky to put up bait. Peaceful Mind, that is a very good player. Former REIT best mid ended up hitting diamond, so he wasn't able to compete in the next season. But coming back here and trying to make another strong showing in the RUL. Um, Very excited to see how that goes, and it looks like there's starting to be a little bit of a bid war for him. So the Two Dog, I guess, trying to raise the price on some people, or maybe even get him himself and try and replace one of his teammates.
That is definitely true, but I think we're going to see. I think this was a bit of a race from Two Dog because yet again, this is a mid player that I don't think Two Dog will like to have on his team, and it seems to be going to Rogue Pie's team for 300 peaceful. I think that's a wonderful steal.
I agree with you. I
Yeah,
think getting peaceful for 300 is a great is like an is absolute killer deal there for him, and the team's starting to look pretty strong there.
yeah, I'm really excited because the if you go back to season 4 lore, back when Casual Mains was at its prime, it was peaceful and me on the same team.
Hmm.
And I think Rogue Pie tried to recreate it possibly, and I'm excited to just be back with him, hopefully on the same team, and see how things go from there. Um, so we're getting to this very late game part of the draft right now, and we still have the big wild card, Big Ian. He's not going to pick up yet, but
Hmm.
at this point, I don't think anyone can contest anyone he actually wants.
Yeah, at this point, if he really wants a player, he can
Yeah,
just go for it. But it looks like Two Dog is on the clock, and he's gonna put up Kexen, and this is something that Big
oh,
Ian wants. Is he's gonna already be up to 350 and lock Two
35.
Dog out of it. Um,
Gonna put up the L for two dog there.
but I mean, once again, I think Two Dog is just making people spend money.
Yeah, I think at this point, two dog knows that people are going to spend the money for them, so might as well just raise it up as much as he can.
Mm-hmm.
In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter that much, I think, because at this point, people who are actually spending more money are people who do have the money to spend. And yes,
Mm-hmm.
Kexen does go to Big Ian as predicted by you. So now that team has Rogue and Kexen. And that is if I'm not mistaken, that is their jungle and their solo, or possibly jungle and ADC, depends on what Rogue ends up playing. And I think that's a very solid dive if that is the jungle solo duo that they have right now.
Ah, yeah,
Ooh,
I agree with you. Ooh, it looks like
who's this guy?
skills coming up. Yeah, honestly, I think Two Dog might possibly be looking at replacing some of his players. Looks like this might be another person that um Big Ian wants to pick up himself and get on his own board.
I think Skills is definitely one of the better players you can have on your team, at least
Mm.
from personal experience. Is pretty flexible and he's going up to 150. Um definitely oh,
Ooh.
just at that.
Yeah, 150 is going to be the final bid on him, and it looks like Rogue Pie is going to add skills to their corporation.
That is really, really good value for him, I think, because he was a player that has had strong showing. He's a veteran for starters and has had strong showings in multiple roles. And really excited to see him go tackle this upper division and see what he can do.
It
And now
looks
we're
like
gonna go
right now
into
you're just with a bunch of former teammates.
pretty much yeah. I think yeah, I've been on a team with every single member that I have on my current team right now.
Yeah, who do we add on there as the last pickup? What do you
Who's
think?
who's who's still up? Who's still up? Give me the draft board.
You need a
Let me see it.
support. You need a support. So, um, let's see. Let's see. I don't know if there is a support that you've teamed with on here.
It is quite hard for me to read,
No.
but don't think so.
Marcus on the clock. He's gonna look VSRT. One of the players that I have not personally seen. I know that they held a private showcase game. He might have been one of the players in there that kind of popped off, and maybe they're looking at picking him up possibly. You never know, really. And I think I think Two Dogs gonna make him spend a little bit more for it, or maybe Big Ian lets him have it. Oh, it looks like that's not
Possibly.
gonna happen.
No.
Um,
I think this is another player that, oh wait, Two Dog still wants to raise up the price, but I think this is a player that Ian wants, and Ian says, you know what,
mm,
no, Two Dog, this is mine. Stop raising it up. I'm ready to spend as much as I have to get this guy, and he's going to do it. And I do think he was a part of the showcase games. I tried to pull up the scoreboards, I could not find it, but I guess he did perform well enough to secure his draft towards Big Ian's team, and he is going to end up being a player on Big Ian's team.
yeah, I mean, 100%. That's kind of how it's going. Big Ian still just kind of looking to fill out his last roster slot, but now Rogue Pie can deny him what he wants. If that comes the case, and someone who's been sitting in the corner the entire time, silently sitting, waiting, staring, has been Taz. Taz still got 250. He's been kind of holding off, waiting, and I think he's waiting for his time to where he can pick up who he wants. But the question is who?
All right, Taz. It's down to you now. Put up someone that's gonna blow us away. I want to see someone that's gonna make me go gasp. I think that's a bit too much pressure to put on him, but I definitely see
Maybe.
we're at late game right now. At this point, it's okay.
Ooh.
So,
Now, this person played in my Pokemon Draft League before
oh
I
boy,
forgot that it existed and it
oh
shut
boy,
down week 2. So, this is a player that is also he was probably going to win the whole thing. He's cracked at Pokemon. So, if
oh
that's a
no.
bonus to you picking up this person, just saying, they're cracked at Pokemon specifically Gen 6 draft format.
That
Um
is
Ooh, and it looks like Son of Two Dog wants it for himself. Has going up to 350. I don't think he has that money.
does he not have the money? Does is he? Oh
Oh,
no, he
oh,
has to take the L.
yeah. Oh, he only has 250.
Well, seems like Two Dog is going to end up picking up Ninja, and yeah, seems like
Wait,
yeah.
wait, wait,
Wait,
wait,
wait, what? Does he have the
wait, wait.
money? He has the money? Oh, it's total
Hmm?
pandemonium. This is,
I'm confused. I'm gonna put a
folks. This
thumbs
is.
down. I think my
I do
thumbs
not
down.
put it down. Put it down.
Thumbs down.
I'm going to see what's happening in Captain Chat.
Um, he should not have enough money to.
Affords
Yeah.
350.
Any
Yeah.
update
So
in
in that,
captain's chats?
I currently see nothing being said, so I do not know.
Maybe we could let's recount ourselves. All right, let's recount
Let's do a little bit of
ourselves.
math. It's math hours with Muffin
Let's
and Neon.
let's
All right.
let's do a little bit of math here.
Mhm.
Oh, it looks like never mind. They figured it out themselves.
Oh,
I
no,
don't
good.
feel like it.
No, I guess we don't need the
Yeah, they
math
figured it
hours
out
with Neon.
themselves.
All
Uh,
right, I'll tune in next time for the math hours. Anyways, yep. Two Dog does end up walking away with Ninja. A really solid pickup. And he does drop sixes for it.
Once
I
again,
think,
absolutely correct at Pokemon.
yeah. Hey, if he's cracked at Pokemon, then I think he's gonna be cracked at Smite as well. And if I'm mistaken, he did play in showcase games for every league division and performed really, really solid. And I think it was in ADC role, if I'm not mistaken. So a good carry secured. I think that's a good deal.
Yeah, the problem
But
is who's he gonna drop? He's gonna drop Zixis, is that how you say that? And so he will come back onto the board, and I think that's a person that someone else could be interested in getting themselves.
definitely, could put him in again. He's a solid solo jungle flex because people love diving, and definitely a good addition to any team that might be needing either one of those roles. And you can actually get them for pretty cheap at this point because most teams are kind of either completed or out of money. And Taz is back on the clock again, and we're going to see who he's going to put up as his next player, knowing that he just unfortunately wasn't able to pick up Ninja.
Yeah, Taz back on the clock. We'll have to see what he's kind of looking at here. Um, there's still quite a few people up on the board. I'm very interested to see what kind of pickups are possibly gonna happen here. Um, quite a while to think here. I mean, there's the list is getting a lot smaller than it used to be.
Mhm.
Um, Alyssa for 50. That is someone that I
Ooh,
personally don't recognize.
I do.
Yo, you do. Well,
Yeah.
spit some knowledge.
All right. So I mean, let's spin in some knowledge about Alyssa. She is, if I'm not mistaken, best role is support, but she's also flexible into every role except solo, so definitely a good flex pickup. And oh, she just goes for 50 to Taz.
All right.
That's
Well,
a pretty darn good deal. It's a pretty darn good deal.
I mean, that's gonna round out Taz's main pickup roster. And now we just have Big Ian and Rogue Pie trying to look for their last set of starters here.
Definitely surprised because I know for a fact that Alyssa played in Begin Showcase games, and I was sort of expecting him to go to pick up her, but I suppose he did not want to pick up her as his support. And yeah, so we're back on Big Ian. We're gonna see who he wants to pick up for his own team to fill out his roster. And at this point, there you can basically pick up any player you want without any issues. And he
And as long
wants
as Rogue Pie
Austin.
doesn't want him,
Yeah, as long as Rookbay doesn't want him, and it seems to be Austin the Great 8. No, sorry, Austin the Great, just GR8 for 50. And
I mean, it looks like no bidding war is gonna start out here. He's just gonna be able to lock down Austin the Great,
yeah,
um, for 50. Which I mean, at this point in the draft, the value doesn't matter. It's just
pretty much.
did Rogue Pie want him? No, okay, then you get him. Um, so I mean, it kind of coming out here and being able to get who he wants. Now we're gonna see Rogue Pie's final pickup. Who does he want to fill out that final roster? He's looking for
That has
most
been on the team with me
likely
before.
a
That has been
support.
on the team with me before. Let's see who that's going to be. And
Uh,
I think he might be out of options, which is a bit disappointing.
yeah, especially if we're looking at support pickups, he's gonna be um kind of struggling here.
Definitely. Unless he goes for a trade and tries to trade one of his players out for a support player. Oh, Joev 30. I have not heard of this person before.
I've seen this name before, but I do not know that much about them. Um, I think that I mean once again this pick's gonna kind of just go to Rogue Pie and kind of be his
hmm
final pick of the draft. So that's kind of interesting. And then we'll be going into the sub round where everyone's gonna be able to get a final free pickup, kind of round out their rosters real nice and dandy like.
Definitely. Nice and dandy finishing up the draft now. All right, Two Dog is going to be picking up the first sub. At this point, because of how the division is, there are not a lot of players left.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just going to be, I suppose, trying to fill up either possible subs or even like a different starter and moving one of the players you already drafted to sub spot. It can be either. So it's going to be interesting seeing which direction these captains go for. And he gets sixes back up.
Yeah, he's gonna pick him back up.
He could have let him go, I guess.
Nice to let him come back around. Yeah, I mean, this
Just a
is
momentary drop. Yeah.
this is the I think one thing that's going to be really exciting about this league is I think as a lot of new diamond players come in, we're going to see a lot of roster shifts, a lot of changes to people's teams, and I think we're going to look at this roster at the beginning, and I'd be surprised if any of these teams had all of their original players since the start.
Yeah, the shifts and the trades are going to be interesting to see how they go along. And it's too icy. No, it's too icy. Okay, that's the full name. I thought he said like it is too icy, but no, the person's name is it's too icy. And he's gonna go into averages team, and then Slime is gonna pick up Caller? Like, Juicy. Hold on.
Oh, what?
Oh, oh, the pickup is Juicy. Okay. All right, Shadow, you confused me there. I thought Juicy was like, wait, I thought Juicy only got drafted in RSL.
Oh yeah, I was like, isn't he on my team? um, Juice. Okay,
There,
he meant Jimbo Juice. Okay,
wait.
that that
Um,
person's already been picked.
Jimbo, I apologize, but that person has already been drafted. Um,
You know that person
is on
can't
the
do
team.
that. I mean, it was a good try. I mean,
Yeah, he could have fooled us. Maybe he
maybe
almost fooled Shadow. Made his old man eyes. Yeah.
yeah, maybe he slips by his old man eyes and Son of Two Dog gets swept from right under the rug, dude.
Yeah. The
You
the
never know.
most devious lick. All right. It's a Ruler of Men getting drafted as the last pickup. How do you
There
feel
we
about
go.
this?
I mean,
You know him better than I do.
I think Ruler Men deserve the pickup. And I think putting him in a sub spot is fine. Like we'll have to see how that goes. I think his roster will probably be one that changes quite a bit.
Hmm.
Just because he kind of came in here not exactly knowing the most. He's a very new captain. So he didn't know the most about everyone. So I'm assuming he couldn't create the exact team he wanted to.
And we do
And
see
Mark is
Liam.
gonna pick up Liam Naughty Bear
For what
himself.
I have heard, a really, really good soul laner. So
Oh,
it's glad to see him getting picked up as well. And now it's up to Taz to make his last pickup. And I don't know, it could be anyone. It
yeah.
could
I mean,
truly be anyone. There are not a lot of people left, but it could be anyone.
yeah. I mean, there's realistically there's probably about 4 or 5 options left for him to pick up, and Tez is gonna pick up Akaivo Nakamura. Uh, a lesser known player, but he is a former REIT player. He played on what team was it? It was
Micromanagement.
yep, micromanagement. A former player from that team, which had a legendary run in playoffs.
They were able to defeat the undefeated team. It was truly an iconic, and I think his support played a big part
Hmm.
in it. And yeah, well, seems like the draft is now over.
Yeah, that'll conclude the RUL draft and the final draft of the day. I'm really excited to see what kind of happens in these seasons. Eon, do you have any closing remarks?
Well, definitely exciting drafts for all three division. It was truly wild to see, I guess, like because okay, one thing I noticed is that a lot of teams got shaken up. Most teams are just composed of people that have not teamed together or have not been on like a team, as in like
Hmm.
all the same people being on the same team together at once. So I'm really excited to see how this season goes, how the upper division goes, how the new RSL goes, and it's going to be a really exciting season to watch out for. And I can't wait to see I can't wait just for everyone to get back into scrimming and having fun and just excited. That's all I want to say. I think everyone's going to be really excited.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a very interesting season coming up. We're seeing a lot of new players, a lot of like in the RSL, a lot of up and coming players. This league had a great balance and mix of it. So did the SDL, and so I'm very excited to see how that gets over. If you didn't get drafted, don't worry. We're gonna have tons of stuff for you guys to do. We're lining up and planning a bunch of stuff for you guys. So make sure you stick around, stay tuned, and also uh, just have a little fun, play some in houses, do some of that stuff, get involved in the community. Because let me tell you a little secret, it greatly improves your chances of getting picked up and drafted. I'm not the best player. I got picked up because I sit here on a chair and people kind of like me ish, sort of. So just get involved in the community, kind of do all that stuff. If you're a little sad you didn't get picked up, but my name is Muffman. I'm joined by Eon, and we will see you guys next time.